It's important to like do it in a way that feels comfortable, but also in a way where nobody suspects anything is going on. That's
Okay.
what I'm trying to do here. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So we're live.
Oh, hi.
Hi. Okay. It worked this time. Okay. Cool.
I'll just send this to the usual people.
Yeah. Okay. Hi everyone. Whoever's here, let us know if
Hi.
the audio and everything is good.
Hi. Hello, Dallin. And cool.
Hi, Dylan. Sounds good to you? Excellent.
Excellent.
Excellent. Excellent.
Hey, Blue
Sugar.
Shade.
Hi, Arkan.
Hey.
I'm gonna go on Patreon to pull up the questions that we had. I actually remembered this week.
Hey, Gresta and Thim. Hello, Thim. I don't recognize you. Hello, Lost and First Man.
Hi, Sultan.
I wouldn't want a Windows. I want to get a Hunter's Mark tattoo at some point.
Mm-hmm.
I would not get a Windows one.
A Windows tattoo? What?
Well, I've seen worse.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
My hair's in the way of the Bruitus. It's a little too heavy to put in my hair. It kept falling out, so I've put it here. Hello, Nathan. Hello, Nick. Thank you. It is a cool hairpin. I made both of them.
Very cute.
Oh god, okay, Sinclair tattoo, right. Sin is my alarm for when I need to wake up. So literally all of my dreams end with Sin going in the way that like when an alarm wakes you up, the noise enters your dream. So the
Yeah.
last time this happened, I had a dream I was in like a department store and I was in the toy area and they had talking Barbie dolls. And there was a talking Barbie doll going and I'm holding it and I'm bashing it to get it to shut up. And then I woke up and I'm like, oh yeah, that's my alarm.
Wonderful.
Oh, Lost and First Man, I have not seen your Goomba tattoo because I don't hang around the server much, which my New Year's resolution was to do. Oops.
Lol, sounds like a nightmare. Hi, Santiago.
Hey.
Hi, Nathan. Hi, Nick.
Hey, Nina.
Arthur. Hi. Voltine. Hello. Is this your first time here? Are you new? By the way, is anyone here who's new to the podcast, or is it anybody's like first time on the stream slash premiere or whatever?
We did break the 10.6k barrier.
Woo!
So at least some people are new. Hey, Dick Pickle. Oh, Sultan, Sin is actually my equivalent of Murgo, because I'm constantly dragged out of the... Hello, Veltine and Arthur, Gin Tonic, I remember you from last time.
Oh, cool, cool. Welcome back, Voltine. So, what I do, or I try to do, try to remember to do, is I make a thread on Patreon asking people to post questions they have for the AMAs we do. And I did it this Friday, and we got a few questions, and I think we could probably start answering them.
Okay.
So, Graham asks, after watching the Central Yarnum up close, Richie postulated that Yarnum receives visitors on a regular basis as evidenced by the number of suitcases littering Yarnum. But is it possible that those suitcases belong to Yarnumites who were trying to flee the city?
See, that's like possible, but if you're a Yarnumite, you're trying to kick everyone else out of the city, and you don't want to live outside the city because it's really insular. Because like Yarnumites stick to Yarnum, like up until it's completely in ruins. So I don't think they were trying to flee.
And we see people stuck in their houses and like not opening their doors and stuff.
Yeah. Also, the corpses you see with those suitcases, they're not the Yarnumite corpses. They just look like people. Yarnum is like Australia in a lot of ways. It's an isolated, backward land full of violent racists.
Shade. Nina says, I've been lurking around for about a year, but I'm usually not commenting very much because I can't think of interesting things. Okay, Nina.
Wait.
What?
Have you heard us? We don't
Nina, let me ask you a quiz question. Have you heard of Dignity City? Hi, Red. Oh, Graham, we just did your question. I mean, Graham. Hi, Angel. Nina says, of course. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Jacob asks, Queen Yarnum and Murga's wet nurse both have the power to create copies of themselves. This seems like a more unique ability compared to other enemies we encounter. Do you think this is something Yarnum taught the wet nurse how to do or vice versa?
Sin, what do you think?
It really depends on who you think the wet nurse is. Because if the wet nurse is someone Yarnum knows, if it's like literal Murgle's wet nurse from like the past or whatever, then it could be that Yarnum and the wet nurse were like friendly or knew each other and they could have learned things from each other. However, it seems like the wet nurse is not letting Yarnum take Murgo back.
Right,
and
That's the sticking point for all the Murgo wet nurse relationships, is that Murgo is calling out to Yarnum, and Yarnum has reached Murgo but can't go in because of the wet nurse. So they're clearly antagonistic. That's sort of like, The alternative, I guess, is that like Yarnum can't go in because it's just the projection of Yarnum.
Which is weird because the projections in the dungeons are still strong.
They have 1 hit point, but they can still do damage.
Yeah, so if Yarnum projected 100 of herself, she could take on the wet nurse.
The thing about the wet nurse is that there's Lance, I think, brought this up on a stream, but like there is an unused wet nurse intro cutscene that if they had stuck that in, it would have made significantly more sense of the relationship.
What's the cutscene?
It's instead of the wet nurse going on top of Murgo and the fight starting, the wet nurse walks up behind you. Like you enter the arena, it's empty, you turn around, the wet nurse sort of like walks past you. Then she picks up, like you don't see it because there's no Murgo model, but she picks up this thing and she brings Murgo into herself. And then she sort of does this like power up stance. So it's really clear there that like she is something that has come to take Murgo. And like Murgo is making her stronger.
I'll be honest, I'm glad they didn't go with that. Cause what the hell, lady? Put the baby down.
Oh, this is the point in the story which you're like, I don't know. Seems a little sketchy.
I I actually love the wet nurse's entrance a lot because it's like she jumps down and it's like, ooh, it's very cool.
Yeah.
There's actually a second part to the question of Jacob that says, do they use this ability to make it look like they have more friends than they actually do when they throw parties?
Well, who's Yana's throwing parties by? That's what, what she's making the chili for.
The stove!
She's making chili on the stove. Mm-hmm. You know what? It could be.
Wow.
She could be making extra clones of herself to shut Mogo up. Because she's like, I'm trying to work. It's like, what? Hurry up! It's just like, oh, and creates this like clone of herself to shut him up. Like, and she's just like, I've got to get this thing in.
Oh my god, yes.
She's just studying a degree by distance.
Yeah. Queen Yarnum has her clones upvote her social media posts. Yes, that good.
That's what they are. Clones are just sock puppets, aren't they?
Yeah.
Someone brought up, like, is Yarnum's clone thing like the Naruto clone thing? But, like, the thing is that this is how the Emerald Herald describes it as well in Dark Souls 2, in the Japanese script. She literally says, like, you were led here by a bunshin of me.
Right.
And, like, we don't really have an English equivalent for the word bunshin, like maybe doppelganger or something like that. But that's kind of what she's doing. It's what Yarnum's doing as well. It's just this idea that you create, like, clones of yourself. That, like, don't really have, like, a... You're not actually clone, you're, like, projecting yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of what Naruto is doing. You know, I've never seen an episode of Naruto, but I know so much about it now, because every time I look up Tsunade's slug magic, because she's based on a mythical figure called Princess Tsunade, but every time I look her up, I just get thousands of Naruto hits, so I just gave up and just read the Naruto wiki.
LOL.
Instead of finding an actual copy of the story of Jiraiya.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Richard. That's fascinating.
I want to study slug magic. It's my New Year's resolution.
Your New Year's resolution.
Yeah.
Thank you, Richie. Val has a question. Have you ever talked about ebrietas not only being the name of a moth, but also being meaning drunkenness and intoxication in Latin? I feel like...
I'm almost certain we must have, because this is year 3.
I don't know if this was on a podcast or between us, though.
This is the problem with there being no difference between the podcasts and just conversations that we have.
Yeah.
Because we did, We did.
We did.
We have mentioned it to each other, but I don't know if we were recording at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, Sin, what do you think?
Ebrietas is drunk? Oh no! Ebrietas was left behind, and she was like, oh no, gotta drown my sorrows in drinking, and that's when you thought Sketchy Boss Arenas was no good, but we explained that Ebrietas has all those statues because she ordered them after drinking some wine at like 4 a.m., like drunk ordered them, and this is why. It all comes full circle. She was
I think Sketchy Boss, it wasn't drunk ordering, it was impulse ordering, because she felt very... No, because I was just me. It was just my own life projected onto Ebrietas, which was that she had started to collect statues, but then the more she started realizing there were little like chips and holes, and then she had to buy more statues to get parts to replace the parts of the other statues, and it just became this sunk cost fallacy. So it was like the next batch of statues, that's the last one. Not buying any statues after this, and then she'd order them, and like a couple of weeks later, it's like, oh, I don't know, can I justify this?
Jordan has a follow-up question in the chat.
Yeah.
Do you guys think Ebrietas is praying to Rome at the altar of sorrow because she wants Rome to let her rejoin the great ones of the nightmare cosmos, or is she weeping over the corpse of her child?
Okay, so the altar of despair is weird, because we used to think the Rom corpse was the altar,
Mm-hmm.
And then we actually went into the files, and it turns out that there's actually an altar of despair that Rom is on, but you can't see it properly because there's all these rocks in the way and it's really dark. And because of what the altar of despair does with Annalise, like you stick Annalise's flesh on it and time rewinds and she comes back to life. I think the implication is now, 6 years after the game came out, that what Ebrietas is doing is she or the choir, someone has put Rom on the altar in the hopes that Rom also comes back, like Annalise does.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Could be, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Wouldn't it be cool if you could do that?
Yeah.
You could just respawn a boss.
Well, or I think it's in Dark Souls 2, there's something... Is it...
The bonfire ascetic. That resets the area.
Also something with the blacksmith or the gravestones of NPCs.
Yeah, great NPCs you can resurrect if you kill them. But Dark Souls has the bonfire ascetic.
Oh yeah, that I remember.
Where if you use it, it resets the area and the boss will come back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would have been neat.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Or, you know what? It wouldn't really make sense, but let's say you kill the doll accidentally in your dream and you're like, I can never level...
people do that all the time.
No, okay, but then you're like, oh no, I can't level up. She doesn't come back regardless of how much insight you have. But then once you find the Altar of Despair, you can resurrect her at the altar and start leveling up again. Or something. I don't know.
So you have to get to the altar without leveling up.
Yeah. If you accidentally kill her, you could always restart the game.
Lots of people accidentally killed the doll.
Okay.
Because they'll go back to the dream, put the controller down,
and
accidentally
hit
one of the attack buttons, and then it's like... Okay, so,
yeah.
This is from...
Yeah.
Were Winter Lanterns intended as a Black Knight equivalent? And was the Healing Church creating Winter Lanterns? Winter Lanterns, we don't know anything about, really. We thought we did for a while. Because we thought there was data for them in a bunch of areas that they shouldn't have been in. But then I realized that was the data for the mad ones from Hemwick that get summoned. So we're back to, like... We don't know. Everything about Winter Lanterns is a mess internally. Like, the design of them is actually a melee enemy, as weird as that sounds. They, what was his name? Foxy. Foxy restored their attacks. So the actual Winter Lantern, the way it was initially designed and conceived is those hands come out and it does that drumming cat gif. It's like, and it's trying to hit you with them and it's trying to grab you and bite you. And that's the frenzy thing was added later on. The frenzy isn't even the Winter Lantern. They actually stuck, like, it's like an invisible gun that is shooting frenzy bullets at you. Gets attached to the Winter Lantern when it spawns. And that is shooting you. And they just turned off most of the Lantern's attacks that aren't the grab. So, who knows at this point what the hell they were trying to do with Winter Lanterns. I can tell you that there is data for Winter Lanterns to be Chalice Dungeon bosses. And there is also data for them dropping a liver, which was the boss soul equivalent. But I don't know how much credence to give that because it's just in a big list where just everything is in the chalices and everything drops a liver. So I don't actually know. And the description is literally just soul of a Winter Lantern. There's nothing else. So, but yeah, there's something like they're clearly important. Because it's like an evil version of the doll, and you can see the way like they function kind of like the doll, like they're sucking blood out of you and stuff, in the same way she is removing echoes from you. So there's something going on, but like it's just I don't know. There's so many different like
Thank you, Richie. And we have a question from Bob. Do you have a favorite build in Souls? Mine is two-handed blunt strength. I mean, I like strength stuff.
Yeah.
But also, recently, was it you or my boyfriend? You showed me how to do a magic build? Or faith build? Whatever.
I think that was both of us together.
Yeah, which is basically easy mode build, because you have a staff, and you just go pew, 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 pew.
Yeah.
Don't have to have skills. Don't have to have anything. Don't have to
upgrade the staff.
No, don't have to have reaction times. Nothing. Just pew, 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 pew. No wonder people use it, and I think it should be illegal, because that's not how the Souls games are meant to be played. Thank you.
Yeah.
What about you, Richie?
Can't believe Demon Souls got Souls wrong. It doesn't understand how the Souls games are supposed to work. I like... it's not a particularly great build, but I like playing Dark Souls 2 with power stancing cestices. Because it makes the game play... Yeah. It turns the game into a beat-em-up. It's like playing a 3D version of Streets of Rage, and you get all these, like, combos and uppercuts and stuff, and it's really cool. And I just like that they did that. I like just a lot of the weird shit you can do with weapons in 1. Like, I liked Enchanted, like, the Enchanted upgrade, because it made, like, warrior mage hybrids, like, really viable, because I can get a bonus from my instat as well as my strength. Yeah, in Bloodborne, I don't know, I like Blood Tinge, but I think that's because I've played the game so many times that doing anything that's not a gimmick build is just sort of dull at this point, because I've done all that stuff. I like Strength Arcane in Bloodborne because you get the Amygdala arm. And, like, yeah, Taylor's mentioning 99 Arcane. Like, I really liked doing Arcane builds in Bloodborne, but I did so many of them that I'm just, like, I've sort of done this already, so I haven't really used one lately. What build should we do for Return to Yharnam?
Oh, we're gonna have to do Return to Yharnam. Oh, I don't know, like, Soul level 4 build? Did we do Soul level 4? No, we did Demon Souls 1.
We are not, I swear, alright, we are not doing Blood level 4 co-op in Bloodborne. We are never doing, it's the one thing we are... Look.
What a bully. I'm glad everybody is here to witness a bully.
We survived Soul level 1 in Dark Souls because you can upgrade armor.
You can upgrade it's Bloodborne weapon.
Little Sinclair lore flashback. What level is your weapon on? 3. It's better. So,
it gets better.
You'll have plenty of material. Go to the dream and upgrade it. I don't have the material. I sold it to level up, and then after I sold it, I remembered you could actually use it. And that's why we're not doing Blood level 4 ever.
Thank you, Richie. When is Return to Yharnam?
24th.
Because we have things to get done. I have to finish re-editing Reborn. Yeah. I'm almost done. We have to watch that anime, remember? Because we're going to talk about an anime with someone who invited us to their podcast.
Is that before the 24th?
Like, before April. Or around the beginning April.
Yes. Yeah.
And, yeah, I still have a couple of things to edit, too.
Yeah, I guess what I like about Bloodborne is that like each weapon is kind of its own. It's kind of its own build. Because it's not like there's the saw cleaver and then 20 other minor different kinds of saw cleaver. You know, like in our Dark Souls is like a long sword, a different kind of long sword, this long sword, the straight sword, thrusting sword, parrying sword, and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Whereas like in Bloodborne, it's like you pick a weapon and then you can just like stick with it, and you can customize it using the gem system. So like, yeah, I like things like the amygdala arm and the Cos Parasite's really fun as well once you understand its weird attacks. So you can vomit on people. It's really cool. I did a Cos Parasite thing where I was just running into like it was one-shotting entire rooms with the L2. Because you go and then you kind of explode and everything around you is hit for like ludicrous amounts of damage.
I'm hungry.
Yeah.
I'm hungry.
I've still never done a Simon's Bowblade build.
I'm hungry, Richie.
We're doing this later
than usual, so I'm hungrier than usual. And before this, we actually recorded something with Loki, which we've been editing, and I asked Richie to do notes, and it took Richie like 15 years to record the notes. And so I started that in the morning, and then I didn't have time to eat, and so I didn't have time to eat. And then we're recording, and I'm hungry.
Yeah, so we're doing it later than normal because you skipped forward an hour. Your time skipped forward an hour. Yeah, so your stomach won't know that it's later than normal.
What a bully! What a stomach bully! Thank you, Richie.
Okay, you go eat something. I'll entertain everyone.
I don't know what I want. Next question is by Ellie.
Thank you, Ellie.
What exactly is Yuri, the Last Scholar, trying to achieve? Did she access the Forbidden Woods through the hole near Yosefka's clinic? Are she and imposter Yosefka in cahoots?
Sin, what do you think?
So I think Yuri's the Last Scholar is going to Bergenworth because she's like, oh, this Willem professor guy, he has some really cool ideas. I'm gonna go read his books and we can discuss philosophy.
Yeah.
And she just, I don't know how she got there exactly, which path she took. Maybe she swam. There's a lake. Maybe she took a boat. There's like, you could maybe like a little yacht.
So she was on the other side of the lake.
Maybe. You don't know. You don't know where she was. Maybe she comes back from vacation and she's like, oh, should check out this Bergenworth place.
Imagine coming back from vacation. So like...
Yeah. And I don't think she and imposter Yosefka are in cahoots. They might know each other, but I feel like Yuri's like... I feel like if anything, they're not friendly. Because they're trying to conduct similar research, kind of. And then what happens is Yosefka steals Willem's cord. I feel like Yuri probably showed up and she's like, Willem, where's your cord? And Willem's like, Yosefka stole it. And she's like, that bitch.
And also, she's like, Yuri's like, don't keep away from that spider.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want the red moon, because if you do, it's all gonna go wrong. And Yosefka's like, red moon. So I don't think they like each other.
Yeah.
Hello, Strenuous Orb.
Yeah, hi everyone. Here. What?
Devon's here.
You mean...
Devon.
No, you're right. Because I wanted to say you mean Devon like demon, but then Devon was like, it's actually Devon like devil. So I'm glad he knows what he did.
Yeah. Havel asks, have we co-oped the Chalice Dungeons? We have a couple of times.
Yeah.
I think they're still up. We streamed it.
They may or may not be up, I don't know.
The issue with co-oping Chalice Dungeons is that, like, you can sometimes run into issues summoning. Mm-hmm. I remember we were there for, like, how long, like, 15 minutes at a time just waiting to be summoned. It was horrible.
Mm-hmm.
So Is the cost up? Okay, this is from. Is the hunter in the Hunter's Nightmare that looks like Defector Antal? It's not. Very, like it's. I'm not being like irritating. Like it just isn't because
you're being very irritating right now, Richie.
they have two different models. Like they look completely different. They look the same because they're wearing the same armor, but they actually have different faces and everything, so that it's not
Stoves. Hi,
Delic. Autumn's here.
Hi, Autumn.
Hello.
Protein Egg has a question. Oh, it's actually a question/theory about Elden Ring.
Autumn says my audio's bad.
Well, I asked you earlier if you're using anything different on your microphone, and you were like, no, and I'm like, I guess it's just me. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know. I'm not in your room technologying your technology, Richie. I can't know what you do wrong or right.
Well, I don't know. Is it better now?
Oh, okay. Let me turn you up. Say something.
Hello.
I think it's... Okay, say something again.
Hello.
Is this better now?
Apparently I'm clipping. I don't know what I sound like. I'm sorry.
Well, it sounds better. It sounds better on my end. Much better now.
I move away from the mic to breathe.
It's
better now. Thank you.
Is the volume better? What do you guys need? It's quiet? Okay. So I turned it up to max on OBS, but I can turn you up on Discord? How do I do that? Fudge. How do I turn Richie up on Discord?
Just turn me up on the desktop audio.
Oh, will that work?
Oh, I don't know what you're capturing from.
I don't know. Oh, I think everybody heard it. Ta-ding! Is this better? Say something?
Apparently I sound great, according to Jordan. I remember, Jordan, we were like friends on Facebook back when I had a Facebook account. I didn't realize you were still following us.
Oh, awesome. Okay, now tell me, does anybody want it up, down? What do you want me to do? Because I hear it differently from everyone. Because I hear it through my... A bit quiet. Okay, let's turn you up a bit. Okay, Richie, say something normally. Just talk normally.
Thank you, Jordan. Apparently quiet again.
Yeah, but there's a little lag, so I turned you up now.
Oh, whatever. Okay.
Perfect. Okay, good. Okay, now we got it. I figured it out. Excellent.
Oh, Panthera, Cathedral Ward is actually recorded, and I just need to finish editing it. Sin actually, I sent it to Sin as proof it was done. Because she didn't believe me.
Oh my god, why is Richie doing this? Richie, I don't care if you do Bloodborne up close or not.
I know,
I know everything about Bloodborne there is to know by now. I can sleep at night. That's why we started this whole podcast.
I'm redundant. I'm redundant. I don't.
Basically.
I'm just here to look pretty from now on. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
This is some level pull.
It's true.
Okay. And, okay, so Protein Egg has a theory about Elden Ring.
Ooh.
In the Dark Crystal. What's the Dark Crystal?
It's a Jim Henson movie that's now a TV series.
Okay, I'm gonna Google it real quick.
Okay.
Dark Crystal. Oh, I feel like I've heard about this. Like, I don't know, like, I've seen the puppets.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, so, in the Dark Crystal, the crystal cracking split the race that controlled it into two beings. One evil and one materialistic. Okay?
Okay.
I'm trying to understand this as I'm reading. I'm sorry. I don't know what this is. Okay. And, one evil and materialistic. I thought it was two being. One was evil and one was materialistic. And I'm like, they both sound pretty evil. But no, it's one being that's evil and materialistic, and the other gentle and kind. I mean, he can be materialistic and still kind. Like, you can be materialistic and a nice person. I mean, look at us. Look at all the crap you own. Look at all the Fallout merchandise I have. I'm not completely evil.
Not completely. No.
Not completely.
Yeah.
Okay. In relation to Elden Ring, we see the blacksmith character breaking the ring, and Corvo? Sorry.
Is Corvo vomiting again?
I don't know. I heard something, but I think... Did everybody hear something?
I didn't hear anything.
Okay. Okay. So, we see the blacksmith in Elden Ring. We see the blacksmith character breaking the ring, and they seem to be both male and female at the same time, which is something we touched upon in previous podcasts. Actually, this is very relevant. Ooh. So, do you think this could also have happened to those characters?
We did talk about that in the thing where it's like, it's either that they are splitting into two people, or they're unstable and they're switching between two different forms. And like, I don't know. Like, it's entirely. I want to see more.
Oh, definitely.
Because like, isn't one of the terrible theory we came up with that's like, this is actually terrible, don't do this, is that it is literally split into like a good and a bad one, and the good one is the Firekeeper and the bad one is the final boss.
Yeah.
Which I really hope they don't do that.
Yeah.
Please don't.
And there's a continuation to the question.
Yeah.
The Valkyrie and the Giant Knight both seem to have the same features: red hair, ornate armor, cloak, and winged tusked helmets. I think it would be interesting to see NPCs and bosses that were once the same being, but breaking of the ring split them into their separate personalities.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that we did was sort of gleaned by like people who had seen stuff and reported on it. I mean, take this Brutus thing off because I'm going to snap a tentacle. Sorry. One of the things that, it's not good if you gesticulate a lot because he pokes around the sides. One of the things that was mentioned is that like the descendants of the gods are a key plot point in Elden Ring. Because like the notion that everyone is descended from a different like god, and then if you look at when they're talking about like the process of like the themes they want to engage with, one of the themes they mentioned is like racism and xenophobia and stuff like that. So I think the reason that those two characters have that flowing red hair is because they're meant to be descended from the same god, or possibly the big guy is the god and the Valkyrie lady is a descendant of the big guy. And like I heard, like flowing red hair is one of the traits that like marks you as descended. In this same, and the other one I heard was eyes that are gold. They're the two ones I heard, and it made me think back to Dark Souls 3, because in Dark Souls 3 they do that whole thing about Irithyll, where the Irithylians have blue skin. And they're descended from the gods, and everyone is out to get the Irithylians because they represent sort of like the power that the gods have. So people are out to get them. And I wonder if like, because Elden Ring would have been in development at that point. So I'm wondering if like that was a test run for that. Also, like the dragon heritage in Sekiro represented as like, it's like a gray mark that you develop. Yeah. That's not strictly a descendant thing, though, but yeah.
Thank you, Richie. And we have a couple more questions on Patreon. Let me just scroll. Doom Kitty says, for some reason I've had a vision of Richie explaining the story of Chrono Cross to Sin, and it was stuck in my head for months.
I have not played Chrono Cross, because that game did not get...
Oh, go ahead.
Chrono Cross did not get a PAL release, as far as I'm aware, so I never actually played Chrono Cross. Chrono Trigger didn't get a PAL release either, but so I had to play the NTSC cartridge through this like converter thing that you plugged in, and it like caused all these like graphical issues and would randomly wipe the data.
So my boyfriend,
it was
yeah, like I gotta tell you, this is exciting. My boyfriend, he loves those Chrono games.
both of them.
I don't know, like he just like loves this Chrono shit. And there is there's a song he always listens to. It's like Tear, Scar, something, I don't know. Anyway, it's really good.
Okay.
So he could explain it to us if I can ever get him to come on a podcast.
I want to apologize to any nerds in the audience because I said there were 2. There's technically 3 because Radical Dreamers, the extremely obscure SNES game you had to get from a satellite and never got a cartridge release, is a Chrono Cross prequel, I think. Yeah. I have not played Star Control 2.
I don't know what Star Control is.
Good.
Okay.
Jordan is taking issue with Radical Dreamers.
With what?
I'm possibly misremembering Radical Dreamers because I've never played it.
What?
Yeah. Autumn says it's like an alternate version of Chrono Cross. So I guess it's like there's 2.5 games in the Chrono series.
Oh, Andrew's asking, what are the chances to get Richie to do some MCU podcasts? But what would we talk about in an MCU podcast? Like, I love the MCU movies. They're the only good movies except for the Hulk. I mean, the only good, super high budget action comedy. Well, they're not the only good. They're among the best. Super high budget comedy action. I guess a little bit of sci-fi movies.
Yeah.
But
so,
what do we? I don't know what there would be to talk about. Like,
the problem is that were this 10 years ago, I would say okay, but there's now, I think, almost 30 of these things. And I'm not playing catch up. And not only am I not playing catch up, but like, it's mashed up out of stories I already know. So, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, maybe, you know what? I think there's a Black Widow one coming up, right?
Yeah, we're supposed to be out already, but there was a COVID issue.
Really? What?
Yeah. No, this is like, I don't watch them, but I know all about the development. There's this like big issue with Scarlett Johansson's agent.
Okay, that I didn't know. I assumed everything was postponed due to
because
COVID.
they wanted to put Black Widow on streaming, like they did with Wonder Woman, and like they're gonna do with the Zack Snyder Justice League. And there was some issue with like, I don't know if it was Scarlett Johansson specifically, like the cast basically vetoed it because the revenue from streaming is significantly less than the revenue from if it were in cinema, so they would all have lost, like, they would not have made anywhere near the money if it had got a cinema release.
Okay. Yeah, but though, does anybody still go to the cinema? Because I don't want to be negative, but to begin with, like, when I would go to the movies, I'd go on, like, a Tuesday because it's, like, much less expensive, you know what I mean? And I'd go to a theater that's, like, you know, next to my house, because, again, it's less expensive than, like, the downtown theater, because it's just ridiculous prices. And since we got, like, a big screen TV, I was like, we have a small house, right? We have a tiny house.
Yeah,
and a big ass
I've seen
TV
it
on the wall. Yeah, so it's like...
You're looking at about a quarter of it now.
It's a very, like... But even then, oh my god, don't get me started how lucky we got, because this house would be... This tiny-ass house, at the moment, because of the fucking pandemic, because how the house prices went insane, we wouldn't be able to afford it now.
Yeah,
It's crazy. It's not normal. Anyway, so now that we have, like, this screen that takes up, like, the entirety of the tiny friggin' living room, like, why do we ever need to go to the movies again? We have a comfy couch, free snacks, big TV, and you're comfortable. You can actually go, like, take a bathroom break when you need to. There's no people. There's nobody sitting in front of you that's super tall and you can't see anything. There's no, like, you can adjust the volume. Because I find the theater volume is always a little too loud. Like, I'm not, like, I don't know. And it's just, like, why would you want to go to a theater ever again? And also, in the end, you end up saving money because you don't spend on, like, gas or tickets or... You save on time because you don't have to get there. And, you know, sometimes you get to a theater and the floor is sticky, the seats are broken, and it's just like, oh.
Yeah.
And so, what I'm trying to say is, does anybody still go to the theater? Especially since COVID. Like, I don't want to go anywhere where there's people. Like, a theater is like people and some, like, I don't know.
Yeah. There's a theater here. It's a multiplex, but there is one good theater in there. Like the cinema number 1 is the good one. It is very nice. All these tiered seats. It has a very nice ceiling. The screen is massive. You can sit all the way up the back. And it's like an old Victorian theater that was like turned into a movie theater. Yeah. And then cinemas 2 through 8 are shit. They are like just flat on the ground, giant pillars in front of the screen. You can't see anything. The sound is terrible. So I will only go and see things if they are in Cinema 1.
Yeah.
The last movie I saw not in Cinema 1 was Ghost Rider: Spirit of Vengeance. Because it was not playing in Cinema 1 for some reason.
Aww. Darn.
And that's technically a Marvel film, even if it's not in the Marvel Studios.
Not in the MCU, So basically, my financial advice to all you youngsters, try to save up for like a big screen TV, like a good one. A big one to make sure it's big and it's good, but don't compromise on quality for the bigness. Like, it has to be both. And don't compromise on the bigness for the price. If you're like, I can't afford this yet, just save up a little more until you can get a really big one. And then I
can
swear,
confirm.
Yeah, you never have to go to the cinema ever again, because once you get a
No, I mean,
TV,
I bought a shit big screen TV. When I started to get paychecks for the first time. The first thing I did was, I'm going to get a big screen TV. And they were all very expensive, and there was one that was the same size as them, but suspiciously less. And I thought... And I got it, and I took it home, and it has the worst picture quality I had ever seen.
That sucks.
And the sound was also terrible.
Yeah.
And I did not get to experience Bloodborne looking good until that monitor died.
Oh, poor
child.
Like,
about 18 months ago, and I bought the one I have now.
And once the next tier is, let's say you got your big screen TV and you're saving up again, good sound system. That's also another one. But I feel like that's an extra luxury, but if you can, like, go for it. And literally, think of all the money you save on tickets and snacks. And, like, time, and, like, I'm less likely to catch COVID, you know, in my house than in the theater. And I actually can just chill with my boyfriend on our couch. We need a new couch, though. Oh my god, that's not... So what I'm saving for now is a new couch, because the one we have, it's the one that got passed down to us when we just started dating, like 6 years ago.
Yeah.
It's not... It wasn't new. It wasn't very comfortable. And it's time to, you know... Time to get something. Now that we're in a committed relationship, it's time to get a good couch.
What if we create our own MCU, where we watch the Blade movies and the Ghost Rider movies and Venom?
Okay, I love the Blade movies.
Okay.
Blade 1. I don't remember Blade 2 and 3.
Yeah.
But Blade 1 I thought was really, really good from what I remember.
Okay.
Venom, I don't. Okay. Venom is complicated because I like the character of Venom.
Yeah.
Like, when the character shows up and does, like, stupid stuff and funny, the movie gets good. But unfortunately, the majority of the movie is not
It takes about 40 minutes for Venom to show up.
Yeah, so it's like, maybe we can do a Venom cut. You know, like a fan cut? So I'm good with that. Another movie I like... What's the other one you mentioned?
Ghost Rider.
It's good. I think Ghost Rider is good. It's like a good action movie, and he rides a motorcycle and, like, kills.
That's pretty much the plot.
Yeah, like, it's honest. It's an honest action movie.
Yes.
Ultraviolet needs to be part of this.
Alright. It's nothing to do with... Well, Marvel might own Ultraviolet at this point. They own a lot of things.
Yeah. Spawn. Do you remember Spawn?
I love Spawn.
I remember I saw it when I was very young, and it was like this. I remember the graphics. I was so impressed, and then years later, I find out that the clown was played by the dude, and I was like, no way.
Yeah, John Leguizamo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just like, my goodness.
Spawn is a masterpiece.
I agree.
What else?
So let me write this down.
Yeah, we'll figure out things that Marvel now own.
Yeah.
And that'll be so like. Marvel own the Malibu Ultraverse. So
What is
like.
that?
Exactly. Technically, we could get a Prime movie, and it would be in the MCU.
A Prime movie?
Prime.
Like Amazon Prime or Optimus Prime?
Prime was a little kid who was kind of like Shazam, and he had an adult superhero persona, but it was, instead of him turning into it, it was like a rubber flesh suit that he sort of grew around himself. So he like grew this like muscle dude over his body, but it was limited because eventually it would melt.
Mm-hmm.
So if you ever want to see a kid turn into a giant muscle man who then melts, Prime also had a Sega CD beat 'em up.
Mm-hmm.
Which in order to justify being on the Sega CD had a vocal theme recorded. So Prime has a ready-made theme song. It's a guy going, he's Prime! Prime for action! Prime! Prime for action!
That's beautiful.
Thank you.
And actually this is interesting because Paul on Patreon had a question. When is the Sinclair verse coming? Oh my god, Paul predicted content! Paul, you're a Loracle! You predicted what we were going to talk about today. That's amazing. Congrats. You know what? I just had a vision.
Yeah. Oh, so we have some Prime fans in the chat. Thank
Richie,
you.
I had a vision.
Yeah.
So you know how in the Snack Covenant, whenever you find the podcast, you become a member, and then the next rank is like the enabler. And
you decided this. I had nothing to do with it.
You become a member, and then the next rank is the enabler. After that, once you watch like the podcasts, including Reborn, and you know the references or whatever, you're a cultist. But I think the next rank is like when you start predicting content, you become one of the Loracles. So Paul is officially a Loracle. There's quite a few people that are actually Loracles. So we have 4 ranks. That means I'm gonna have to commission animations or something, or for each. We have to start thinking about that.
Someone in chat, your red dog, remembers seeing the Prime game for sale but never bought it.
Oh.
When he was a small boy, did nothing but gaze. The filth on the street got him into a craze.
Thank you, Richie.
Those days are gone and he's ready to rock. And those that he hates are in for a shock.
That's beautiful.
For those of you who don't remember the Sega CD, it basically, like, it was more powerful than the Mega Drive, but it was still an add-on to the Mega Drive, so a bunch of the things that came out for it were just Mega Drive games with a new vocal theme added to justify being on the CD. And there's some gold in them hills. Oh Jesus, 94 people are watching.
Oh no! Why? Quickly,
I know,
Richie.
it's Sunday afternoon.
Say something smart.
We could do a make your own Brutus tutorial at some point.
Yeah.
I've gotten really into all these, like, terrible craft channels. Directly behind me, you can't properly see it, but I have a tray of polymer clay models that I made that I'm gonna fire later on.
Uh-huh.
People still watching.
What? Yeah.
I'm also getting into candle making.
That's cool. I'll send you a really cool candle making video. Maybe you've seen it. It's when they like have like the candle hangs, right? And then they dip it into different colors and then they carve it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's really freaking cool.
Abel said that they're getting ignored, but I don't. If I'm ignoring you, it's not a... Oh, hang on. Interview's coming back. Yeah, we will. We will do another one. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not ignoring people on purpose. It's hard to, like,
It's just,
have a
yeah,
conversation and
there's
follow
so
the chat
many.
at the same time. Yeah.
Because they're on separate monitors for me.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah.
It's just also, it's Sunday.
Yeah.
We're chilling.
And Senna's hungry.
I'm so hungry. Oh, okay.
Well, go eat something.
No. So, these are all the questions we had from Patreon. Richie, could you like talk about Patreon and the special structure we had, which we talked about with Acer a couple of days ago? You thought it was funny.
The structure of the Sinclair Law Patreon is that the less you pay, the better content you get. So, if you subscribe like a normal person at the $2 tier, you get what you would normally get from like most channels on a $5 and $10 tier, which is all these extra videos. And anything else you give over that just becomes insufferable. It's just trash.
Yeah.
Just the absolute dregs of content.
Yeah.
So, we're doing this to help you. We're trying to encourage people to just not give too much.
Yeah.
Because freaking look at this.
And...
You want to give these people money? Sure.
And to everyone for coming today, I'm gonna post a video from Patreon. Let me find one that's good.
Yeah.
Oh, what were Y enemies of Bloodborne? The Kidnappers. I think Doom Kitty thinks that one is really funny, so we're gonna post this one. So it's unlisted because it's a patron-only thing normally. So bookmark it and watch it later, so you have access to it, everyone.
Okay, so is that all the questions from Patreon?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
You go eat something, and I'll stay here and talk to people, because we usually do these for like 2 or 3 hours. So I'm Jesus. Like, I didn't have anything planned, so...
Alright.
I'll stick around for like another 90 minutes, I guess.
Okay, I'm gonna go make a snack, and I'll be back
soon. Okay.
Bye!
Bye! Okay. It is my city now. How's everyone doing? Is Richie the Kwisatz Haderach? No. I know that's from Dune. I have not read Dune. Hello, Mandalorian. Okay, so we got some questions. Do I think the Souls games could be connected? Well, like Dark Souls 1 through 3 are connected. My hair clip's falling out. Dark Souls 1 through 3 are connected. Bloodborne and Demon Souls were connected. They're not anymore. But I still think they kind of are. Like Bloodborne and Demon Souls were obviously like connected at the beginning. They sort of downplay it now. I still think it works though, because I mean, just because they don't say it doesn't mean it wasn't going to happen. Am I Gwendolyn in disguise? I better... Yeah, no. Autumn is Gwendolyn. Autumn is Gwendolyn. Not even in disguise. She just is. Is there going to be any wedding ring of Annalise? I have looked at all the Annalise stuff, and there is no data for you ever marrying her. So if it was planned, it's been completely removed. So okay, Pal. This is a question about Pal. This is interesting because like this is something that, because I teach classes, and the people in the classes are like 19, 20. They're just out of high school. I'm almost 37. So like I have to explain to them how PAL works. So basically there's different kinds of TV signal that are to do with the refresh rates of old monitors. So sometimes in like Europe, Australia, and like Britain, and like most of the world outside of the US and Japan, it was a system called PAL, which stood for phase alternating line. So what would happen is you had quite a large image, but it refreshed at 25 like frames per second, basically. And then in Japan and the US, you had NTSC, which was National Television Standards Committee. I think that's what it stands for. It was a smaller image, but it refreshed at 30 FPS. Sorry, no, I'm wrong. PAL ran at 50 FPS, NTSC ran at 60 FPS. The PAL image quality was better, so like basically PAL was superior in most cases, except in video games. Because video games are locked to that, you need that frame rate. So when games that were made in Japan and made in the US got ported over to PAL countries, you had a game that was designed to run at 60 FPS suddenly having to run at 50. And that caused a lot of problems. And it caused problems the other way around too, because games that were made in Europe, like those like UK computer games and stuff, when they moved them across to other places, they were designed like to run at a slower frame rates. They would run too quickly. So there's a fairly infamous example. There's a game called Shadow of the Beast that was really big on the Commodore. And when that was moved outside of Europe, because it was running, its internal logic was running at 50 FPS, but then suddenly it starts running at 60 FPS, everything is slightly too fast, and it's actually really hard because everything is going faster than it was actually designed to go. So yeah, that's the difference, and it doesn't matter anymore because we don't use those kind of televisions anymore. We don't really need to care about scan lines. But this was a really big deal in the 90s and the 2000s. And like as again, this is something that you likely you had to sort of be there to understand. But RPGs mostly didn't leave Japan, and the ones that did stayed in the US and didn't come to Europe or Australia. And as a kid, I was a big RPG fan. So I had to play the NTSC games on a PAL system. And the way that you did that was that you had this thing, you locked it in to the console, and you put the game on top of it, and it converted the signal to run at something approximating PAL. But it just it caused all sorts of issues. It would delete save data, it would make things freeze. It would entire layers of graphics wouldn't render. I played Final Fantasy VI a lot as a preteen, and I did not see the ending of that game until I was legally an adult, so I was 18, because the ending every single time, because it was running through that converter, it would freeze and you could not see it. I remember exactly the scene it would happen, and it would just freeze and you never saw beyond that point. And I did not see beyond that point until I got a ROM of it and played it on an emulator. So that's what it was like. That's the difference. Yeah, NTSC PAL adapter. Yeah, I possibly still have it. It's irrelevant now, but it's something that you don't have to it's something you had to be there to understand. Yeah, so there we go. What degree program do I teach? I am I have a doctorate in social science, but what I'm teaching now is I am just floating around. Teaching where I'm required to teach. So the last thing I was teaching was actually the history of social media. And part of I'm trying to explain the history of development of technology and stuff to a class who are they're 15 years younger than me. They don't believe I'm as old as I am, because in their heads everyone over 30 is an ossified husk. But yeah, they were mystified by the fact I had a MySpace account. It was so weird. Anyway, so just back to the question. That was a very long story. Sorry. Back to the questions. Painful Discourse. I'm really hyped for Armored Core Souls Offspring in the future. Do I still think it's happening? So this dates back to something that was posted on Reset Era, which was someone said, yeah, there's this Miyazaki directed mech. Thank you, Autumn. No, Autumn, I looked like this before I started that. The trick is to be vegetarian and never go outside. So there was a thing on Reset Era about an upcoming Miyazaki directed mech game called Intersign that was described as like it's kind of like Dark Souls but with mechs. And if you've played like Armored Core for Answer, that is pretty definitively not Dark Souls with mechs. It plays nothing like Dark Souls. It is really fast. It is mission based. It's not Dark Souls with mechs. And the Reset Era thread, like it's one of those things that looks like it's this hyper detailed thing that sort of reads a bit like fan fiction of like if I wish this game existed, so I'm going to pretend it does. The thing is, I have seen in production artwork, and I mean like it's very, very early artwork that like likely does not reflect anything in the actual game. Like for example, there's early production Sekiro artwork floating around that, yeah, this is artwork that was used to design and develop Sekiro, but the character in it is not in the game at all, and the area is not in the game at all, and like nothing in it is really from Sekiro, but it has like the mood of Sekiro. It's that like the period is the same, the sort of like downbeat, everything is dead world is there, but really nothing. Like it's not like Wolf or anything, or like an early version of Wolf. It's just some dude. So, this is like it looks like it's at a similar stage, but what it depicts is it depicts a mech, and that mech is wandering through a ruined city. So it's not Armored Core. It's not like a big flashy mech battle. It is a mech on its own going through this ruined city by itself. And it has a gun in one hand and a melee weapon in the other hand, which is pretty much how Dark Souls plays. And like the mood of it looks very Dark Souls. It's like this ruined world with this like lone thing walking through it. And the mech itself looks really, really low tech. It looks kind of like Pat Labor, if anyone's seen that. So it does not. It's not Armored Core unless it's like a prequel to Armored Core, because Armored Core is like kind of verging on not quite Gundam, but it's like more sort of space opera-y by the time we get to you get the like the Nexts and White Glint and stuff that look really like high tech. So it might be a thing, but if it comes into being the way that it's described, it won't really be the Armored Core spiritual successor, because it'll be a completely different game. It will be Souls with mechs. So Bartholomew, do I have a console dev kit? No. I don't have any like dev kits at all. Lance has a bunch though, so like I mean, I guess if I really wanted to see a dev kit, I'd get the train to Morwell. I like Lance's bedroom is like, it's like, I mean this in the nicest way possible. It's like a small child's idea of where a computer hacker would live. It's just like all of these consoles and wires everywhere. It looks amazing. Okay, so I missed the Dark Souls. This is Panthera. I missed the Dark Souls community around the time 1 came out. Am I wrong in saying that exploring Sekiro is a modern version of exploring Dark Souls? Yeah, I think like Sekiro, like people aren't really into discussing Sekiro as much as Souls, I think, because like it's set in a real place. So it doesn't have the like, yes, we just discuss the lore of Nordred and the Age of Ancients. And then also like it doesn't have that sort of like, I don't know what you'd call it, like plot spackle, with just a whole lot of weird self-contained stories. It's pretty straightforward. If you want someone who's really into Sekiro, look up Mimi. Her name is just Mimi. She's Lyrical Mimi on Twitter, and she has a podcast called Podcasts Die Twice, and she's got her own server, and she's really into Sekiro because she's really into Japanese history. So she sort of contrasts the two, and she's really into the culture and everything like that. So she's really good at pointing out like, oh, the world design, right? Yeah. Autumn knows Mimi. Mimi is super nice. The world design of Sekiro is like, it's kind of like Dark Souls. I don't know. The interconnected is like Dark Souls is interconnected, yeah. I guess the difference with at least the first Dark Souls is the first Dark Souls you don't get fast travel until about 2/3 of the way through the game. So you get stuck in places. Like you can travel down like very, very far and you won't just be able to leave. You'll have to walk all the way out again. So it's like that to me is like sort of that's something that they lost when they made fast travel a standard. Because like something that would happen in Dark Souls is like you could like go down to the bottom of the Tomb of the Giants, and if you rested at that bonfire, you are stuck in the Tomb of the Giants till you walk all the way back out again. And the way that you had to walk, I feel like the way that Dark Souls 1 made you walk backwards and forwards through the same areas added a lot to it. Because if you look at something like like we've talked about, like Bloodborne, a lot of the areas in Bloodborne, they work differently if you go backwards, but they still work, like Hemwick or the Nightmare Frontier. Like they really go well backwards. And if you actually had to traverse them backwards, you would have a better, I think, appreciation of the design that you don't really have now, because you just beat the boss and walk back to the dream. A lot of people arguing about Sekiro, like, I like Sekiro. I've platinumed Sekiro. I like Sekiro a lot. It took me a while to get into. I think like I don't think Sekiro is actually that difficult, really. It's just like it's just sort of punishing if you get it wrong. But yeah, the ape. General James points out the ape. I was stuck on the ape for ages. The ape is a good example of like my relationship with Sekiro, because I was constantly being killed by its terror attack. And I was talking to Mimi, and Mimi said, "You know, the umbrella just blocks that." And I was like, "Oh." And then as soon as I realized I could just hit L2 and avoid the terror attack entirely, I just beat it pretty much immediately. But yeah, it appeals to different people for different reasons. Yeah, a lot of people talking about like the Sekiro being easy, and like Lance talked about this actually when it came out, where he's like, the thing about Sekiro is like the skill. There's these concepts like the skill ceiling and the skill floor, and the skill floor is the minimum you need to get to like beat the game, and then the skill ceiling is like as high as you can go. And the thing is, Sekiro has like it has a very high skill floor in comparison to the other games, but once you get to that level, you can just power through it pretty quickly. Like Mimi is a weird mutant, but she beat Ishin on her first attempt, because every fight is just like you gotta learn the rhythm and parry, and she figured out the rhythm and parried Ishin, and she beat him like on the first attempt, and I definitely couldn't. It took me a couple of days. Ishin took longer than any boss in the Souls games, but like it's not overwhelmingly hard. It's just you can't make mistakes. That's my reaction to it.
Hi, Richard.
Hello, Sin. I see you're back.
Yes.
Dalek wants me to bring up something about stoves that he sent me earlier. So if you wanna say hi to everyone.
Hi, everyone. Do you have questions about Season 1 of Katekyo Hitman Reborn? Hi, Vangola!
I think like a lot of people. Oh god, 100 people. Hi. One thing about like this is my Sekiro experience is that the first time I played it, I felt completely like I can't do this. This is too difficult, and I put it down actually at the ape, like most people. The ape, I think, is like a lot of people's choke point. And then I realized that like the problem I am having with Sekiro is that I am trying to be tricky when I play it. I'm trying to use all those shinobi prosthetic tools. I'm trying to find exploits. I'm relying on like weird combinations of throwing oil and using the flame vent and then switching to the firecrackers to stun lock people, and I'm trying to use the Sabimaru on bosses and stuff like that. And that got me nowhere. It was like terrible. And then when I went back to it, I'm like, I just have to L1 this. This is DDR. I need to learn that rhythm and go. And as soon as I got my brain working like that, I pretty much like demolished it. Over like a week, like it was not a bit. 2 days of that was issued. So yeah, I think like once you get it demands you play it in a certain way, but if you do play it in that way, you just have to like master a really basic thing, which is just the rhythm. But once you get the rhythm down, it's like you've sort of done it.
Best unresolved plot thread in Katekyo Hitman Reborn. Richie?
Well, why don't you answer, Sin?
Because we only talk about season 1, and I'm trying to keep it to season 1.
You've seen season 1.
Yeah,
I'm trying. I'm trying to condense a thing about stoves.
What?
Dalek sent me a thing about stoves.
Okay, so then I think a thing that's interested Richie was like, where is Lambo baby? And it's a good question why an actual baby is in the mafia, because Reborn makes sense, it's a magical baby. But like Ipin and Lambo are actual babies, and I don't know. Somebody said Katekyo Hunter Reborn earlier, so that sounds like something we could commission.
So, your favorite plot thread in Reborn is that there are babies in it. It's not clear why.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sen.
Thank you, Richie.
So, Dalek sent me it's like some information about Edo period houses, right? You'll appreciate this because it reminds me of that weird Slav thing with the oven that is also a bed.
Yeah.
So, he says that like there was confusion we had about the difference between a stove and a fireplace at one point, and he's saying like, well, the stove and the fireplace were the same thing in those houses because you would use the fireplace as a fireplace, but then to heat things, you would just hang them over it on like a hook. So the stove and the fireplace were the same thing, like in Old Yarnum. So
that's cool.
There we go.
It's cold. Richie, why is it so cold here?
What, you're in Canada?
Oh, I mean, in the basement. It's cold.
Yeah. Lots of Sekiro discourse in the chat.
Cool, cool.
I mentioned this on I did an episode of the Law Hunters show.
Uh-huh.
And we talked about it there, and I was saying like I mentioned before, as a kid I was really into RPGs. And the thing is, I had assumed to myself that like, well, I'm bad at action games. I'm only good at RPGs. I'm only good at numbers. And what happened with Dark Souls is I could do that in Dark Souls. I could be a wizard, like you were saying. I can just shoot everything from a distance. And then when Bloodborne came out, I couldn't. And I had like issues with Bloodborne, particularly with Gurman. Because I wasn't good at parrying. And I was trying to fight everything from a distance. I was being very defensive. I was backing off a lot. And it made me address the fact that, like, no, I needed to play it differently. And when I did play it differently, I was actually pretty good at it. And then Sekiro was the same thing, where, like, I start playing Sekiro, I think I'll be bad at parrying, and therefore I will try to beat everything in a different way. I will be using this stupid Sabimaru on bosses that aren't vulnerable to it. I'll be, like, trying to, like, poison Genichiro. I'll be using all these poison cooking, using all these, like the really relying on the prosthetic, because I think I don't know how to play this game. And then really I won in the end by just saying, no, I need to do this. And I did a good job. And I could do it. And as a result of that, I feel like I can go back and actually properly play things like Devil May Cry and Bayonetta and stuff like that. So I didn't feel like I could before.
Playing Soulsborne games definitely... Oh shit, is this what I think it is? Sorry. Oh, no, it's not. I'll need to call UPS because they're supposed to deliver a package. I paid the friggin' shipping and all the taxes and everything on the friggin' site, and they didn't deliver it. And they were supposed to Friday, so I'll call them Monday. It's the gift I got my boyfriend. It's not Star Trek.
The Fallout.
No,
Is it Fallout?
The other game that he likes. The one that everybody loves, but then the other one
Mass
came
Effect.
out. Yes, yeah, that one.
Yeah.
So on their website, they had they had some shit, and I was just like, okay, he loves that, I'll get it for him. But then they delayed it because it was a pre-order. It was supposed to get here on Valentine's Day, and it didn't. And then UPS called me, and they're like, you gotta pay the due online. And I'm like, okay, but usually I pay at the door. No. I'm like, okay, so I paid it online, like right after the phone call, and they still didn't deliver it. And it's seriously. You pay all
Dalek's
this money, and the least they can do is deliver it on time.
Dalek is asking, can you poison people in Reborn? In Bloodborne. And you can. If you
can get poisoned.
there is a very obscure move a lot of people don't know exists, where if you use the Cos Parasite and the Milkweed Rune, and then you do a transform attack while backstepping, you vomit a slug. And it creates a pool on the ground, and that poisons anything that's standing in it. So you can actually play through, you have to get to the very end of the DLC to do it, but if you do that, you can beat Bloodborne just vomiting poisonous slugs at people.
Cool.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to be like, there's an obscure move that you can do where you cook purple food and then it can poison people. But
how would that work?
I don't know. Well, it's Reborn. Remember she cooks purple
Have you ever seen fighting? Did you ever see fighting food?
No, but you brought it up a lot when we watched Season 1 of Reborn. But I've never seen it.
I don't even remember that.
Yeah.
Why don't you watch it?
Because I don't have time. When do I have time to watch? So this is how my week has been. Thursday we recorded a podcast after work. Then after work again, I started editing the recording on Friday. I've been editing Saturday. I edited this morning. In the past 2.5 days, I did 20 hours of editing for this podcast so I can have it out today. When do I have time to do anything, Richie? It's work, edit, work. Thank you.
We appreciate the work that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
But it's okay, we're gonna take a little breather in next month.
April, yeah.
Yeah. I need a breather.
We both do, for different reasons. Yeah.
Country roads. Maybe I can play some Fallout
Take
again.
me home.
To the place.
Again.
Because I can only play Fallout
Again implies
certain...
that you stop.
Yes, you stop. Oh my god, I can only play Fallout in certain periods of time, because once I start I can't stop. So I need to make sure that everything's done, I did my chores. The work is not too demanding, and I need to be in a state of mind. And because you just start and then you play, and then you play after work, and you play before bed, and you play and you play, and I need to make sure that everything else is settled, like that all the editing is done, all the IRL stuff is done. And on top of it, I can't play Fallout as work is too demanding because it's just like too much. Like I need time to relax my brain.
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Someone's asking, it was Herb, about Nuclear Throne. And like, I know what Nuclear Throne is. I've watched a lot of Nuclear Throne gameplay, but I've not played Nuclear Throne. I think Sim would like Nuclear Throne.
What's it about?
It's like a top-down randomized, kind of like Binding of Isaac. Like a top-down randomized thing, and you play like a little mutant in post-apocalyptic wasteland.
Cool. Hi, Ego. Stream won't load. Oh, I don't know why. Is anybody else having stream difficulty? Let's see. Let me go to the channel.
We had 100 viewers, so I mean, unless they're all just really anxiously waiting for us.
Okay, it works on my end though. I don't know if Emlyn can see comments.
EgoBot is asking if Sin's played Wasteland. I showed Sin the original Wasteland, and she's like, "What is this? This is not a game."
I knew about the original Wasteland before Richie showed me. I just didn't know what it looked like. I knew that Fallout is like spiritual, whatever, Wasteland, I just didn't know it was a clickbait game.
It's not even clickbait. It's just like tons and tons of menus. Fallout 1 is like comparatively action-driven in comparison to the original Wasteland.
Wasteland gameplay.
Yeah, this will be the new Wasteland.
What is the new Wasteland?
Because the original Wasteland is like from the 80s. Oh, it was
Wasteland 3, right? That's right. Okay, come on, YouTube, you can do it.
Oh, Leon, a clickbait game is Sin's term for any game that has a mouse-driven interface, because you have to click things to make them happen.
Okay, Wasteland 3. So let's look. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely clickbait, Richie.
Yeah. But it's even more clickbait than the original Fallout. It's even more clickbaity than that.
Fine. Like first-person shooters? No, because you play first-person shooters with a gaming pad. You don't.
I've got nothing to do with this. It's entirely her.
What?
I'm just saying. I don't ask me about clickbait. Don't hold me accountable for this. It's her.
Country road. What other games do we know the lore of, Richie?
None of them. We don't play any. That's the Souls games are the only part at which the Venn diagram overlaps. I don't know anything.
Do you like Dishonored?
No, I've never played
really
it. I've never played it.
Do you like the aesthetic of Dishonored? Well, you've seen it.
Have I? Do you like Zardion?
I've read about it. From you. It's really cool.
Yeah. Do you like Space Harrier?
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah. You're a big fan of Sega Superscalar arcade games.
Yeah.
You just don't mention it. Yeah, you're a huge fan.
Them, actually. Yeah.
Oh, Truckstone. Yeah. I mean, Sin would love Truckstone.
What's Truckstone?
You'd love it.
Okay, let's look at Truckstone. Gameplay.
The lore of Mappy. I mean, Mappy did have a bunch of like sequels and stuff that built up the story of Matthew.
Oh,
do we enjoy
Yeah,
okay,
what's up?
Someone's
Yes.
asking, do you watch stand-up comedy ever?
Yeah, I love stand-up comedy.
Who is your favorite comedian?
Oh, depends on like which part of my life I'm at.
Mm-hmm.
Recently I've been watching, because my boyfriend is a Quebecer,
Mm-hmm.
and like his family is Quebecer, and
Mm-hmm.
Quebec has its own like stand-up comics and stuff like that, right? And so his mom really loves comedy and stand-up. So recently I've been more into like Quebec stand-up, and it's it's
Right.
funny because like I'm like perfectly bilingual, but like Quebec comedy is something else because there's a lot of Quebecer expressions and like whatever language that's used that I don't you don't use in the workplace, right? So
Yeah.
it's funny. I had to learn a whole lot of new expressions and stuff and history to understand the jokes of Quebec
Mm-hmm.
stand-up comics. But like,
Yeah.
so like
Yeah.
recently, and he's actually on Netflix, so you can watch Martin Matt.
Yeah.
He's pretty funny. His humor can be a little like dirty or whatever sometimes, but he's actually pretty funny. There's
Yeah.
also like older, but yeah, so that's what I've been watching recently. I remember when I
Yeah.
was younger, I saw Robin Williams live on Broadway,
Yeah.
and I remember finding that really funny. I've always liked the original Who's Line, which is, I guess it's improv, but it's
Yeah. Yeah.
the new one didn't. I don't know, something about the new one didn't click as much with me, but maybe I should
Yeah.
just give it
Yeah.
more of a chance.
Yeah.
I really like comedies. I really love parodies. I love funny action movies.
Yeah.
I really liked.
You were recommending White Chicks to me the other day, and I said it looked terrible, and you said, "Have you seen it?" And I had to say no.
You had to watch it in the period in which it was created. Like there's certain things that you watched in your youth that you watch now, and you're like, how did I? This is not cool. But it is what it is. Like I liked. You remember South Park? I really liked.
It's still on.
Yeah, but like I really liked the first couple of seasons of South Park where the humor is
Right.
like,
Right.
I'm a scientist who made a monkey with 4 butts. Like, this is so funny. Why did you do that? It's hilarious. Like the first couple of seasons of Family Guy. I don't like
the golden age.
I don't know. I just like humor that's like random and not.
Yeah.
That just makes you laugh. Like,
Right.
and I find like the more recent episodes of like, I guess this is just in my opinion, like Family Guy and South Park just didn't really make me laugh.
Yeah.
But like I haven't
Right.
seen them free, so more recent. I mean, like season like 7 or something. I don't know. But yeah, I like funny stuff a lot.
I'd like to point out that you spoke longer and more eloquently about Family Guy than we have about any of the Souls games. You're just like, whoa, oh no, Richard, explain. And then it's like, okay, Family Guy.
I actually, do you want to know something? Okay, this is like really random. But like when I talk to friends, and you know this because we're friends, a lot of, I don't know why, like a lot of our conversations are like, obviously we sometimes have serious conversations, but some of them, and this is ever since I was like a kid, I don't know why, like a lot of the conversations take place in like this absurd where like we'd be talking about something and then we'd just start talking about things that never happened as if they happened. So like make up random flashbacks, and you probably noticed that when I just started talking to you 3 years ago, where we'd say things that are like flashbacks to things that didn't happen. So when I first watched Family Guy, I was really happy. So because I was like, oh my god, this series understands me. This is when they have random flashbacks, like this is my life finally.
Yeah,
so I was really happy about that. I think that's why I connected with it on the first 2 seasons. But then
Was that the inspiration for Notes of Richie? Because they're just Family Guy cutaways.
I think that's just my life.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah.
I have never seen an entire episode of Family Guy. The only complete Family Guy thing I've seen is the Family Guy Simpsons crossover. because I just wanted. I sat down the other day, and I watched season 25 of The Simpsons from beginning to end. Because I'm one of those people who's like, The Simpsons is terrible now, and people are like, well, have you watched it? And I have to admit that no, I have not actually watched The Simpsons for about 15 years.
Yeah.
So I had to remedy that, and I just arbitrarily picked season 25 and just sat down and watched the whole thing, and I'm like, yeah, this is pretty bad. It's really, really bad.
I haven't, yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah. So in terms of stand-up, I was listening to Stuart Lee earlier, so I guess Stuart Lee counts, but that's really predictable because I'm like the platonic ideal of someone who would like him. So that classic Australian stand-up Rodney Rude. If you think the idea of a man in a pair of cowboy boots walking up on stage and saying, I went to fucking McDonald's and fucking said, and I have some fucking McNuggets, is funny. You'll love Rodney Rude.
What?
Like this, you look really gay. How old are you? As if those are connected. I will be 37 in about 3 weeks.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and people in the chat are now doing Stuart Lee routines. Bloody Neolithic people coming over here with their primitive wheat farming innovations.
Yeah. And I'll be 30. If you're 37, I'll be 36.
Yeah, well, no, but you'll be 36 before I'm 37.
No. Yes. No.
Yeah,
yes.
Your birthday is... You'll be 36 on the 29th of March.
Yeah.
I will be 37 on the 9th of April. So
yeah.
there is the 8-day...
Right, yeah.
Our birthday.
Our birthday,
It's
yes.
a week and a bit long festival.
Yes.
Where Sin and I are the same age, and we're truly connected.
Yeah. It's like, the red moon appears and the worlds are fusing and like the boundaries melted. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is cool. Cool.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
Sin, you look like the Unabomber. How old are you?
35, almost 36 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Yay.
Oh, bye, Jordan. It was nice to see you again after, like,
yeah,
5 years, I think.
Jordan.
Yeah. Jordan's, like, an OG fan who, like, followed my old channel, and we were friends on Facebook, and yeah.
Oh, we should do, like, if you came before... Okay, if you knew Richie before the Snot Covenant, press a thumbs up. If you didn't know who Richie was before the Snot Covenant, press thumbs down.
Okay,
we'll
Vardy.
See. What? Is
Okay,
Vardy
Vardy.
part of the Snot Covenant?
No, Vardy does that thing where it's like, if you think this, press like. If you think this, press dislike.
Oh, I thought it was being original.
So that way he can pretend all the dislikes on the video are deliberate. Hey, Danielle.
Hi, Danielle.
Oh, what do we do in real life? I'm a teacher, kind of, and Sin is a research assistant, kind of.
No, actually, okay, good news. So I do have a job now again. It was a
good.
long thing where, for no reason, people who know how research works and grants work will understand. The institution that signs my paychecks after 3 years, because they made some changes, decided I was no longer qualified to do my job because I don't have a master's. Which is really strange because after 3 years, but okay. Or I could still keep my job if I were a student, which is like, are you just trying to get me to take more of your classes? Like, it's really weird. But my boss, she's like, that's ridiculous. She still needs me. She still wants me to work for her. So basically, I needed to be hired through like another institution
Mm-hmm.
to so to be able to do the same job, the exact same thing, to be able to work for the lab.
Yeah.
And yeah, so she did it. She managed. Which I really appreciate. Like I've never had a boss fight so hard for my job. So it's good. The only downside is that because the pay scale in the institution where I'm employed by now is different from the previous pay scale, my salary is lower.
Right.
So that's. But I have an extra week vacation.
Yeah.
So it's just,
So far, the only person who knew me through you is Autumn.
Amazing.
Which we knew, yeah.
Autumn's the best.
She is.
Yeah. But yeah, so the good news is I still have a job. So that's good. I'm actually really happy about it. So.
Yeah. Oh, Ebby Fly knows me through you.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
Ebby Fly, Autumn, you get 10,000 points.
I mean, I'm glad that's a thing now. People know me through you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it shows that we've become like. Richie and Sin is now the duo.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, so positive, still got a job, can still pay my bills, but it's just so weird because it's like I gotta pay unraised for no reason. It's just that's the only weird thing. Like, still doing the same job, still everything's the same. It's just like. But again, I really appreciate that my boss fought really hard for me and still kept me. So that's cool.
Bear is asking what our favorite, what our first experience with tabletop games was like.
It was actually, well, your first experience was like in high school or something?
Yeah, it was, the first one I actually sat down and played was D&D in high school, which was like the tail end of 2nd edition.
Nice. Viltine
I had played
also,
tabletop...
sorry Rich, I'm sorry to interrupt you, this is important. Viltine also knows you through me. Well, knows us, without Jason.
Yeah.
I thought, what, did I say 10,000 points? I think
Who's
so.
keeping track of this?
We're gonna start keeping track of it later. For now, it's just practice points. So, like 10, 15, whatever I said for Viltine as well. Go on, Richie.
I'd played tabletop games before, but I hadn't played any RPGs. So the first RPG was, although I'm wondering if, like, I'd played, Warhammer Quest and Hero Quest, which are, like, they have RPG-ish elements to them, like, you have level up and stuff that I had not. My first real deal one was, it was 3rd edition D&D, and I wouldn't even want to play it, but what happened was my friend got the core books for his birthday, and he didn't want to have to read them. And because of our, like, friendship group, I was the smart one. He just gave them to me and said, just read these, and, like, you be the GM for the session. So I'm like, alright. And I basically got his birthday present, and because he never asked for them.
Somebody asked what kind of research we do. Well, I finished my bachelor in psychology and pretty much right away started working in research lab that have to do with cognition, basically.
Yeah.
That's I guess a general way to say it. What I do specifically is I basically administer cognitive tests and do some administrative things, depending on the project and the lab.
Yeah. And that's been an issue with COVID because you can't get access to, like, the patients as well as you used to be able to.
Yeah, so what happened is we switched projects a little bit and put the big one where we actually do face-to-face tests, we put that on hold. And we've been doing other projects where we've basically been doing systematic reviews for various projects while trying to get the big project back and running and to see if it's actually even possible to get it back and running. Hopefully, because it was a good project. What about you, Richie? Tell us about your research and your, like, teaching. And...
I was a social science researcher, and the problem is that, like, it is hard to get projects off the ground, and like we're in a really bad situation now with COVID, and the universities are like massively underfunded, and I just sort of fell into teaching rather than continuing on with research. But I'm still technically an expert in the field, so I do some teaching. Like someone from the server, Switch Fairy, was like talking to me about it, and I just sent her like, here's a bunch of my like lectures and things. You can have them.
Cool.
But yeah, I'm in a bunch of the universities here have a like basically a community college attached to them, and they're technically the same institution. So because I have a doctorate, but I also have the qualification that's to teach at a community college. I work for them, and I'm just whatever they currently need. So I've taught like people who are just out of high school, and I've taught master's students, like basically at the same time.
Nice. By the way, Dalek is also somebody who found us together.
Yeah.
15,000 points
really
to
good.
Dalek as well.
Yeah.
Liquidator says, "Are you guys out of lore to talk about?" No, unfortunately.
Well,
We're not even out of Bloodborne lore to talk about yet.
I think we ran out of lore to talk about quite a while ago.
No, we didn't,
now
because there's still... Richie's wrong. I'm not even... You know what? Finish what you gotta say, and then I'll explain why you're wrong. Go.
I think we did run out, and then what happened is we just pushed so hard that we popped out the other side. Because what we're discussing now is literally like the stove.
Okay, but we didn't run out. The stove was half a joke. Like, people know that, Richie. You gotta get your joke together. But, like...
But what's not a joke?
Well, like, why enemies of Bloodborne is not a joke, because we actually look at each enemy in depth, and because of how interconnected and well thought out the game is, we find out new things about the enemies. For example, when we talked about the Pthumerians, I think about the Pilgrim, the Glowing Pilgrim, or was it the Madman? One of them, we were like, wait a minute, does it mean Pthumerians had a beast problem? And we started, like, touching on that, which we never talked about 3 years before that, and this is important. And we always touch on the little things that are, like, more intricate. It's not that we're out of lore, we have too much lore to talk about.
But we also have, for example, Jennifer the Snatcher, who is a Yahagol kidnapper who gets her daily coffee from a coffee stand that is owned and operated by a giant.
And what's wrong with that?
So, what I'm saying is, like, that's, we've started to just invent things.
It's not an invention, it's a vision. There's a difference.
Yeah. Okay. Several people want the Prepare to Lore to come back.
Who? Who said prepare to lore?
Bob Witt said prepare to lore, and Bear suggested like the pre-Richie joining thing.
Oh my god! Solo lore! Okay, you both get 1 billion points for knowing that exists. That's like the highest number of imaginary points I can allocate today. Prepare to lore. Wow. Yeah. I actually...
Oh, yeah, oh, sorry.
You better be sorry. There was actually a prepare to lore. There's actually 2 that Richie needs to do to record for me. But I don't... I feel like it could be better. Like the Fallout one, you definitely need to do that. Remember? It was funny? Oh, fuck you. Okay.
Hang on. Aki wants more cryptids.
Lol,
Michael wants us to talk about Sekiro.
I think, okay, well, one thing, I'm sorry for interrupting, I actually wanted, one thing we're going to have to try to focus on more is It Can't Be Helped. Because that's something we're both, me and you, are really interested in, and they were good. It's just, we gotta force ourselves to allocate time to do more things like that.
The main issue is that we are on opposite sides of the planet. So, like, getting us together to record is more of a hassle than you would think.
Yeah. And the thing is, again, with Bloodborne, because we know Bloodborne. Like, Like, even though
You can autopilot.
she doesn't contribute anything to the conversation. I actually know Bloodborne, so I can actually ask questions about it, questions that interest me, because I actually kind of know it.
Yeah.
So we can, like, we don't, we need like 10 minutes to make an outline. Questions, answers, got it, edit. Whereas with other things, it's like, gotta watch it, gotta take notes.
I'm a little concerned about Elden Ring.
Why?
Because we're gonna start with a baseline of nothing.
We're gonna have to basically cut down on Bloodborne significantly when we do Elden Ring. It's gonna have to. We can't.
You
do
say
both.
that, but Elden Ring will come out. We'll have nothing to say about it, and then it'll be like Windows of Bloodborne.
One thing I do want to do, and I think it would be interesting, is because in our episodes, like, we mention, like, misconceptions, but they're, like, in episode 5, episode 200, episode 7000. So I want to make, like, smaller episodes that talk about all the, well, at least I find them interesting, like, misconceptions, like, is Gurman the father of Orphan? Is Yosefka
It's not really a
pregnant?
misconception, it's just someone's bizarre, like, dream they had.
Thank you, Dalek. Extra.
It's like saying, is Jennifer the Snatcher really getting coffee?
Well, maybe it's going to be a misconception. Thank you, Dalek. And Dalek says, paying $2 for Spring Heel Jack. That Spring Heel Jack is a funny one because we recorded it. Did we lose it?
Yeah.
Something happened. And
Oh, now it's we.
And so we actually ended up
What happens is
recording
if
about
I lose
Reborn.
audio, I lost the audio. But when Sin loses audio, we lost the audio.
We lost the audio.
When you lost it, you said, it wasn't that good.
Cryptids, that's another one. Okay, so we gotta make a resolution.
Can we discuss the genesis of the cryptid thing? Because that was the same problem.
What is the problem?
It was... We want to do a series about Slavic folklore. Okay. I show up assuming you know. You don't remember any of it. And then when I say, don't you know, isn't that the point? You go, Pritchard, I was 5? Like, I'm supposed to know. So
well,
it just turns
okay,
into,
excuse
like,
me.
I have to fall back on what I know.
Excuse me, let me point something out. Which one of us has like a Lennon pin lying around? Let's look and bring it to the camera.
You might.
I'm looking, I don't see it.
It might be this one.
Oh, so
Yeah.
I wonder why I assumed Rich is the best Slav. Richie has Slavic stories, books, and all that, has freaking Lennon pins. So I'm sorry if my assumption was totally reasonable. But, okay, what we want to do for cryptids, actually, we want to do that thing you sent me. The wooden critters. Remember?
Oh, the fearsome critters, yeah.
So we're gonna do that. So we're gonna make a resolution. Starting next month, we're gonna focus on. And by the way, I posted.
There's a bunch of questions I want to answer.
Wait, 1 second. Starting next month, we're gonna focus on It Can't Be Helped as well as the critters.
Okay.
Socialists of Bloodborne. And I posted a link to the playlist of the critters. Yeah, go ahead, Richie.
Okay.
Answer their questions.
So, I'm going back up to look at the questions. There were a bunch. So,
Almost heaven, West Virginia.
there was more. Go back up. I swear there were questions. Okay, this was asked a couple of times, and we missed it because we were talking.
Yes.
This is about the church. It says, "Are the church doctors Thumerians?" But I think what they mean is
the art, the concept art.
No. I think they mean that the servants with the canes, that they're dressed in the doctor's set, but.
No, I think they mean the art. Remember, there's concept art that makes it look like the church doctors of the Marians?
Okay, yeah.
So,
all right. Well, I'll assume they mean the church servants, though.
Why? So you can just say no.
All right. But they are.
Oh, they are.
If you would,
but they're
all right.
like
Whoever asked
resurrected
that question,
giants. They're not.
You can correct
Okay.
me. So, the church servants,
Yes.
the ones with the black cloaks on and the big scary faces and the sticks and the lanterns with the eyes on them, those are Thumerians.
Yeah, so
and
the characters that look Thumerian are Thumerians. Thank you, Richie. What have you added to this conversation in 2021? Love you. Wait, we were supposed to do the thing when we reach 100 people. We do the transformation. Like in Dragon Ball. But we don't have 100 people. Don't touch me.
No. Alright, cool. We have the two halves of that heart necklace that I made us. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's what we're supposed to do. Okay, next time. When we reach 100, if we ever do.
We had 100 before.
Well, doesn't count.
Good.
Yeah, so Richie, continue, please.
No.
So you were saying that the Thumerians who look like Thumerians are actually Thumerians. Wow.
Yes, Sim.
Oh, that's very insightful. What about the doctors in the concept art that look Thumerian as well?
They're in the concept art, they're not in the game.
Wow. How does that happen?
That's just weird. What I can tell you is that, like, a bunch of the NPCs... What Sin is talking about is that in the concept art, there's, like, people who look like Adela. They look like doctors, but they're Thumerian. And if you look at the game... I don't think if you look at the game's data, like, everyone just has an extracted copy of Bloodborne on their hard drive, like I do, and all these, like, tools to view it. If you just do that... there are actually, like, Thumerian-looking variants of certain characters, like Adela and Ariana. So it looks like at some point they were going to, like, maybe transform as the night went on, become more Thumerian. So I think that was, like, an idea they floated and didn't go through with. Mm-hmm. So Alan asks, how much time passed between Old Yharnam and the burning... Old Yharnam and our hunt? I don't think it's that long. The problem is we don't really have a set timeline at all. No one ever gives you a set amount of time at any point. The Watchman, who you have to give the password to, he at one point specified that it had been 20 years since Lawrence came to Yharnam. And that actually makes sense when you consider that what the church did when they came to Yharnam is adopted the orphans who became the choir. And the choir are, like, they're adults, but they're young. They're, like, in their early 20s. So, they, like... I think it's safe to say it's been about 20 years. Because that would also allow for, like, Willem is still alive, because when Lawrence left, he was, like, 60, and now he's 80. Gurman was, like, 50, and now he's 70. So that all sort of, like, 20 years, I think, is a good timeline for when everything started. Old Yharnam seems to have been, like, as Dalek points out, it's actually still on fire. So it's recent, but it looks like it was very, very recent. Like, not last night, but it looks like it happened about the time Lawrence disappeared. So, like, it's a recent event. It's not something that happened a long, long time ago. It's like after the research hall. It's after, like, it's after everything else.
Mm-hmm.
The choir of millennials. We're millennials, and we're like in our mid-30s. Well, there are 40-year-old millennials currently.
Yeah.
The choir is Zoomers. They're all on the TikTok, and I don't understand it.
Agreed.
There is a note that says, like, basically Yharnam turned on the healing church when Old Yharnam was burned. But, like, that doesn't help us, really. establish a time frame. I guess the other thing is, like, presumably no one has gone through that door because the note is still intact. Although Dura, I don't know. It's a mess. Hey, Skip Floyd.
Thank you, Richie.
Yeah.
So what are the other questions you so enthusiastically wanted to answer?
Okay.
I was being sarcastic because you were like, "There's so many questions."
I was trying to read them and you were distracting me by giving me sass. Okay.
Sass
so
or SPSS. You know, sass.
Liquidators
SPSS.
asks, why would Maria be loyal to the church after committing suicide? That's because Maria was, like, involved in what happened, and she killed herself because of it. So she's still trying to protect the secret. She doesn't want people to know.
Did anybody else get the sass SPSS joke, or no?
I don't get it.
Okay.
What is it?
It's like statistical stuff. It's a program.
Oh, it's one. It's one of those cool statistics. Statistic jokes.
Oh, somebody did! Tristan did!
Oh,
yes!
good.
They use SPSS daily.
Yeah.
Oh, I think Dalek did too, yes! Yeah!
Nice.
Yay!
Okay. Yeah, Leon points out in the alpha plot it happened while you were out cold. Yeah. So just to recap, in one of the old Bloodborne plots, but this is like a fairly recent one. It wasn't like a 2011 version. One of those old plots, the structure of the story is that you arrive in Yharnam and it's fine. And then when you get ministered, you're in a coma for like 2 weeks. And then when you wake up, it's all like the beasts everywhere and the hunts and everything. So the idea is it went to shit while you were passed out. And that's why you felt fine coming there. So old Yharnam would have been burned at that point, yeah. But we still, like, they cut that whole thing entirely. Even though it actually, like, it worked. I don't know why they... Because you have to ask yourself, like, well, why is this character going to Yharnam? Like, surely... If you show up and there's, like, werewolves everywhere and half of it's on fire...
Yeah.
This seems like a good place to get my bodily fluids examined. So... What other questions? How does the Healing Church have blood for the whole city? The Healing Church are, like... I don't think they're actually giving everyone, like, replacing everyone's blood. They're just messing with blood. They're, like, doling out little bits of it to their patients. I think it's that. I'm sorry, there's other questions. I'm trying to find them. Oh yeah. Old Yharnam is a district of Yharnam. Its name in Japanese is just Old Town, which is what, like, they call the old parts of, like the old part of Prague is called Old Town, and it's called Old Yharnam because it's the old part of Yharnam. It's not a separate area. It's not a separate city. Hang on, Sin made a noise.
100, over 100, over 100, over 100.
Oh, okay.
Viewers, quickly.
100. I'm trying to get it. I have a lot of necklaces, sorry.
Oh no, how does this work? Okay.
Is that enough?
I think so.
Okay, cool.
Is this Voltron? Chanamel, beautiful.
Thank you.
something something is finally complete.
Budokai Tenkaichi.
What is that?
I don't know. I don't know.
Is that Dragon Balls? Because my boyfriend made me watch a Dragon Ball thing. And they did that. They did the thing.
Yeah.
Michael Bay Voltron is weird.
What I like is that we had 100 viewers, and then they left, and then they came back.
Aw, that's sweet. And now they're gonna leave again after witnessing this.
See, I like to think they came back like, well, surely it can't still be going.
Well, if
Sorry.
anybody's joining recently, let us know if this is like, if you're like new to this, or if this is like your first time attending a premiere or an AMA.
Attending the premiere.
Whatever.
This was a red carpet.
Yes.
Did you get a special invite?
Yes.
Hang on, this someone said great questions for Richie, and I don't know what they are.
Can you retype the questions so that we see
What
them?
would a Bloodborne movie be like? Sin?
Not very good, Richie?
Yeah, I don't know. I think my thing about Bloodborne is like it's more about environments than it is about. It's about environments and it's about this like non-linear connection of events. So I don't know if that's good for a film.
It would be good
it would
for a
have
series.
an ABC narrative.
Have you seen Westworld?
Yeah.
So like 10 million per episode, they can make a good Bloodborne.
No, but like that's what the comic does, because the comic is like it's one story technically, but it's every issue is like a self-contained part of it from another perspective.
Oh.
Yeah.
But okay.
That's another thing that I need to do that I never did, is that Silvermont did this like what would Bloodborne look like at 60 FPS thing, where he did like some frame interpolation, and then I was like, but Bloodborne is like, if anything, it's like an old silent film, so really you should be running it at a slower frame rate to make it more cinematic. It should be running at like 12 FPS, and then I was like,
yeah.
I could do that, and then I don't have it anymore because it was on my old computer, but I did some test footage where I got Bloodborne and I made it look like an early 20th century silent film, where it was all black and white. There was like vignette around it. It was running at 12 FPS. There was no sound, and like it was one of the things about old silent films that a lot of people don't know is that they were black and white, but they would tint the film based on the time of day.
Oh,
so if they would be black and white, but if it was like the morning, they would tint the film yellow. If it was the evening, they would tint the film like a red. If it was night, they'd tint it blue. So I was doing that to show the moon phases.
You should, yeah, go on. Okay.
No, but the issue with it is that unless you're Lance, you can't do free cam. So it's sort of like, it's not that interesting to watch, like, the back of someone's head for that long, because there's really no other way to do it, because I can't free cam anything. Yeah.
That's too bad.
Hey, Taylor.
Hello, hello.
People, yeah, imagine Vongolas, like, you could mess with your TV to make it black and white. Like, I use I have, like, a capture device that goes in between. So I have actually played Bloodborne in black and white before. I messed with the settings to make it, like, black and white, high contrast, and pretend I was, like, FW in the now or something. Oh, Taylor. Well, yeah, we will say everyone's name.
We'll say
I only if I
names.
don't say hi to people, it's because like the chat is scrolling by really fast
Yeah.
into the northern monitor. Yeah, I'm sorry. Grandfather Nurgle is here. You want to say hi to Grandfather? They were here last time.
Oh, hi, hi, Grandfather. Don Marcello is here.
Hi.
Ellen Dalek. Taylor, El de Gusto, Tutu, Ego.
Ebbifly, I do listen to Black Dresses.
To what?
Black Dresses.
What's
They're
that?
a band. Autumn and Tiffy did one of their music videos.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Very cool.
Oh yeah. The grandfather Nurgle has opened the floodgates to Warhammer references.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
I brought this up a little bit last time. Doing actual Warhammer games is beyond the price range because they're so expensive.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a Warhammer like spin-off thing called Kill Team, where you only use like around like 5 to 10 models, which is more doable. And what I'm doing at the moment is I'm building a modular board for Kill Team. So it's going to be a bunch of like 1 foot square tiles that I'm going to be able to put into different configurations to play it. And when I started designing it, I was like, I could use this for other games. And there is another game called Dead Zone that is similar to like Necromunda or like Kill Team, but it abstracts everything out to 3x3 cubes. So instead of things having like specific ranges or movements, it's just X number of cubes, like spaces on a board. So I'm redesigning the board so that everything is also in 3x3 cubes, so we can play Dead Zone on it if that ever comes up. So that's happening. I've put together a Primaris kill team for the Space Marines. I don't know what the other one's going to be. I have a friend who really likes orcs, so I might make him an orc team and we could fight against each other.
Oh. But speaking of which, remember somebody asked the question about our first experience in tabletop RPGs? But we didn't answer about our first experience together.
I hunt.
Yeah! How did that feel, Richie? How did you like it?
I liked it. I liked it a lot because it was in tune with us and we basically played ourselves.
Yeah. And I'll post a link. It's over 2 hours long. And it's I think it's really good. I'll post the link below. Yeah.
If you ever wondered what like a Richie and Sin Paranormal Investigators TV series would be like, that's what I Hunt was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was funny. I got to punch a guy.
Yeah. Oh, Alan says that they like my shirt. This is by a friend of ours, Mel.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll give you a better look at it. This is from a Redbubble store, and it's like a shog-off, like from Lovecraft thing. I actually have you can't see it, but I have a bag with the same design on it. So yeah, I really liked it, and so I bought it on this top. So I'm wearing it now. So Mel is, I'll type her in chat. If you want to grab Mel's store, it is this is her Redbubble username. It's a little confusing, but Tinderless Malakia. If you want to, okay, I'll just leave it out, whatever. Yeah, she has a lot of like Lovecraft style like prints and things. I have a lot of her stuff. I'm actually wearing this over a shirt by someone else I know. I don't know if I can. It won't work because it's on too tight. But like, the shirt I'm wearing under this is. It's a Vicar Amelia one.
Okay.
That it's a Vicar Amelia one that by Drappy, who I'll type her name in as well. Drappy. So yeah, Drappy is another artist that I'm friends with. She does a lot of chibis. Actually, I have some. I'll show them off again. I showed them off last time. I have a bunch of Drappy chibis on my.
Super cute.
Like that's her Vicar Amelia there. I have that on a shirt. She has a Gwendolyn too. That's her Gwendolyn. That's by Mal as well. That's like it's a Migo from Lovecraft and. I'm doing this backwards. That's Mal's ROM as well. So this is reversed for me, so it's a little weird to do. And there's Asoken, because why not?
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. A lot of stickers. I love stickers.
Yeah.
Yeah, so somebody asked what setting I Hunt is in.
It's in a contemporary setting. It's just like set in the world, but it's set in a fictionalized version of San Francisco. That's like the sort of main hub area.
Yeah, and it runs on Fate.
Yeah, it uses the Fate system.
Look at that.
Yeah.
I know what it runs on.
Mm-hmm.
And Don Marcello's asking, are you still working on your game?
Which one?
But
I had two.
Yeah, but you stopped one and you're working on the other. No?
Well, there was one that I did that was the one that was on... I showed it off a bit on Twitter. It was like a procedural JRPG. And what happened was my computer died. It was almost exactly a year ago. And it was the day we were supposed to record with Dalek and Dahlia. And I wasn't able to do it. Yeah, Autumn is the pixel art one. So by the time I got my computer working again, I'd sort of like stopped playing around with it. And I started another one. The one I'm working on now is very early in development, but it's coming along nicely. It's a bit like Evo. But like low poly 3D. Oh yeah. So Zinch, I have a ton of Zinch stuff back there. Zinch was my Zinch was the Chaos God I got into as an older person, I guess. When I was a kid, I was very into Khorne, because all children are into Khorne, because it's like the violent one, and it just gives you attack bonuses. And then I bought a ton of Zinch stuff, and I still have some, and I might use that in Kill Team at some point, because they have Thousand Suns Kill Teams and Demon of Zinch ones. This is how nerdy that I've become. I started playing another system called Kings of War, but I wanted to use Warhammer models in it. So I bought a whole lot of the Dark Elf Melusai, the like snake girls, because I wanted to run them as an army of centaurs, because you can do that in Kings of War. And then I got them, and I'm like, I should do something with these. So then I bought a whole lot of Zinch stuff, and I'm like, I'm just going to make like an army of Zinch-themed snake girls. But I'm going to run them in a completely different system, this way no one will get mad at me and say that's not canon. So...
yeah, somebody... Eldagusta's like, let's guess what vampire clan Sin and Richie chose. I'm guessing Bruja for Sin and Richie for Nosferatu.
No, I'm Bruja as well.
Don't spoil it! You just fucking spoiled it, bro.
You spoiled it!
How did I spoil it?
You said the answer.
No, that's what Eldagusta was guessing, because they're a Loracle.
God, okay, fine.
But also it's possible we already mentioned it before. I don't know. I don't remember everything we do. I talk about. There's a lot going on. We have a lot of podcasts.
Isn't it coming out soon anyway?
Yeah, what needs to happen is you need to give me a Bloodborne up close, and then we do a double premiere. Bloodborne up close and thing.
Okay, yeah. Alright, cool.
If ever, I can... do you think he can manage? He can manage to edit one within the next 2, 3, 4, 5, 17,000 weeks? Yeah, well... yeah, so no, it's actually... Okay, so Session 0 that Rich and I did for Vampire and Masquerade, it's edited, it's done. We're just waiting for the right moment to release it, because there are other podcasts we have to release before then due to numbering. But Alhazred told me that they did a second version of Session 1, Session 0 with the other people. So it's exciting.
Yeah.
It's coming together.
Yeah. How did I lose my weight? Lots of things. A big part of it was actually the pandemic. Because I was already on the way to having lost quite a bit of weight before that. But basically, what happened with the pandemic is that, like, it's obviously different everywhere, but we were very, very harshly quarantined and locked down. And I basically could not leave. And I could not go anywhere. And all the restaurants closed. So my routine of, I live, like, about 10 minutes walk from, like, a bunch of restaurants. I just was, like, in this routine of going out and buying chips all the time. Like, I would just be walking into town and I'd go past the fish and chip shop and buy chips, or it's like something like that. And I was just eating prodigious amounts of fried potato. And the pandemic meant I couldn't do that. So during the pandemic, I started making my own food. And obviously, the food that you make at home is going to be better for you than the stuff that you buy from, like, places that are frying stuff. So, I just started making my own food, and it was better for me, and that was a big part of it.
You also started to do more cardio on your bike.
Yeah, I don't do that anymore, though.
Yeah, but before you used to.
Well, that wasn't helping. That was
No?
the problem.
Oh.
Because I was doing cardio, and then I'd go and I'd eat a whole lot of pizza.
Oh.
Oh yeah, chips or fries. It's that Ringo Starr thing from The Simpsons.
Yeah, I gained some weight during the pandemic because can't go to the gym, can't go to the sports.
Yeah,
Part of my job was literally walking around the city doing cognitive tests everywhere. Can't do that, so it's like...
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one thing I missed. And my boyfriend and I started to do archery before the pandemic, so that was super fun. And it's like, no, you'll die. It's just like, oh.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Also, like, the thing is, I was already a vegetarian. But one of the things about being a vegetarian is that, like, I ate a lot of really carb-heavy things, like just a lot of, like, bread and stuff, rather than actual vegetables.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so everything cohered, and I also, like, my hormones work differently now. They work properly, so I'm not weirdly spiky. Like, one of the issues is, like, I found this out after the fact, and I was like, oh, that explains it. But, like, I had this massive hormone imbalance, and I was basically, like, my weight was yo-yoing because of that. Because I was all over the place, and that's now under control, so that's all good.
That's good. I do actually do some shadow boxing, but I have, like, I'll need to, I guess, get a mirror. I was thinking, like, one of the walls to make this more, like, exercise conducive type deal.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but it's sad, because I was, like, talking to my boyfriend, like, when are we doing sports again? He's like, I don't know, if ever. Because also, like, people were asking about vaccines earlier. We got some vaccines, and they gave them to people who are, like, at risk, like the older population. Yeah, but I don't know if we're getting any more ever. What's up with that? So I don't know.
Someone asked what I baked recently. I baked a cake on Friday. I can't go get it, but I have I'll hold my phone up. You can see it there. What's that? There we go.
Oh yeah, it's very cute.
Yeah.
Sailor Moon cake.
Kinda, yeah. That's because I didn't have the pink sugar I thought I had. I only had a little bit, so I improvised and kind of made a stencil.
That's
put it on that way.
Yeah. Bob says that they're all vaxxed up. Yeah, because you work in the healthcare thing, right, Bob? Yeah, that's cool. Damn, Richie Sin lore. Yeah.
Oh, people wondering, like, when people like, hey, where did you lose that weight? Because they haven't seen.
Oh, that's true.
This is my old ID card, which is still admissible as photo ID. Granted, I was very depressed at the time, but yeah.
Yeah, I think I met you when you started losing weight already, because I don't remember ever seeing you like that.
Yeah.
But it's because you were doing your PhD, and it's very stressful.
Don't ever do a doctorate if you want to feel good, because I was like, seriously, I would get up and I would go to the place on the corner, and I would buy a like 6-pack or a 4-pack of Red Bull. And I would drink it all, and that would be from breakfast to lunch. I would then go get lunch and buy another 6-pack, and that would take me through to the evening. So by the end of the day, I had about, like, 20 times the amount of, like, sugar and caffeine that you're supposed to have. I was not well.
Yeah. Dalek says, wait, Sinclair isn't safe with a rice cooker, but they give her arrows? Yeah, I don't cook with the arrows, Dalek.
Someone also called the picture on the card baby, Richie, which is what you call it.
Yeah, that's cute. Cute baby Richie.
Yeah, the two pre this Richie forms were Fat Baby and Sad Bear.
Oh.
Mm. We're back at 100.
Oh, okay. Where is it?
Do we have to do it every time?
We do Hibari's theme now. Ready? Do you remember Hibari's theme?
You'll have to do it for me. I'm gonna put mine on.
Don Marcellus, what is happening?
I made you this thing, and I sent it to you for your birthday, and you opened it.
You sent me a package, I fucking open it.
It was for your birthday.
Oh, another thing Richie gave me for my birthday.
Which you also opened.
It's really cute. My pants keep falling. Jesus. So wear everything that's like way baggy, and I love it, but then my pants fall. Look at, are we ready? Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all? Oh my god, Brutus! What are you doing in my mirror? And this is magic because it goes all the way back. Like, there's nothing in the back, but it goes all the way back.
Yeah, I'm glad you've
Look,
really
I'm not joking.
Bought into this infinity mirror concept
it
way
is,
more
and
than I thought you would.
I thought it was because, like, something to do with the light being on. But, okay, you can't see, but it goes back all the way without the light, too. It's fucking magic. Look at that. Look at this.
I didn't think the novelty would last this long.
I thought maybe you put a couple of stickers in the back, but no, it's one sticker, right?
Yes!
Okay, it's one sticker, y'all, but also
You're
it's
holding
reflecting.
it clearly doesn't have a back like that.
But it's like, I don't understand how it's not reflecting the back, it's just reflecting the front. It's
Do you want
crazy!
me to explain all that?
You tried! It doesn't matter, it's magic!
Okay, good. I'm glad you like it. It was $5. It was $5. It used to have a unicorn in it, and then I just got an Ebruitus sticker from our store and stuck it over the unicorn.
Yeah.
I mean, I had to take it apart and everything, so...
It's really cool. I don't know how you did it. It's amazing. It's fucking amazing. Ellen is asking, how old are you two? I am 35,
12.
which means Richie is 36, but in a couple of weeks we will both be 36. It's gonna be so awesome.
And then I'll be 37.
Yeah. And then we have to wait a whole year to be the same age again.
It's tragic. Tragic.
Magnets, how do they work?
Should I make another one of these and send it to you?
Yes?
Yeah.
But on mine, okay, make the tentacles shorter, and I feel like the face is a little too intelligent on yours. You really need to study the Brutus face. It's really blank.
It's actually the third attempt at the Ebruitus face I did.
It's beautiful, but it's too intelligent.
I know, which was the best I could do. The other ones looked even worse, so I had to fix it.
Oh no, Samuel, we talked about this. No. Samuel just donated $20. On top of it, they're a patron. Your kids are gonna go hungry, Samuel, so you can feed the Fallout addiction and Rich's necklace problem.
I gave you a necklace too.
Yeah, but you bought it, so it's your problem.
I made it.
I know, but I mean, did you make the parts?
I went to the craft store.
Did you wield the parts in your forge that we now know can be $200 to $300?
Don't tempt me, because I got a lot of polymer clay and a lot of resin.
I have resin. Oh, we can... Resin Brutus. Samuel says, I didn't think the novelty would last long, lol. 3 years later, still making Bloodborne into eternity. Yes.
Yeah. It's just us.
Forever.
It's just us forever, and we had 100 people watching, and we have 10.6k subscribers. That is a little something called the mandate of the people. So I will not be talked down to.
Is there some residual something, Richie, you'd like to tell us about?
There's a lot of residual things happening right now.
Snack Covenant for life, thank you, Louise. Democracy at its finest. Oh, Havel's fiance makes resin too. Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Very cool, very cool.
The interesting thing that I find, like we've talking about, like
Yes.
Warhammer and stuff, is that making fantasy miniatures, nail art, and jewelry are essentially the same skill set.
Mm-hmm.
But certain people don't want to admit this.
Oh no.
Because they're... By which I mean, like, there's a lot of dudes out there who will not just bite the bullet and start buying nail art stuff because they're worried it makes them look a bit gay. You're already painting an elf. Like, just roll with it, friend. But yeah, so I mentioned this before, but there's this, like, it's like reverse pink text, where you will see what are clearly cheap, shitty nail art supplies just being relabeled as, like, Alien World Crystal or something, and sold at an enormous markup to presumably an audience that's just, like, guys who don't want to be seen buying nail art stuff.
Still weird that they're, like, these attitudes are still around this day and age.
What?
Still weird that people think that way still. Like, I don't want to buy nail art. It's, I don't know.
I know, and also, like, I know a lot of older guys who, they build model cars, and they use nail polish to get the really nice, like, shiny finish on the cars. But they don't want to tell anyone that's what they do.
That's ridiculous. Ridiculous!
So yeah, like this, I have a lot of beads. And a lot of, like, charms and things, because they're really useful for model making. Like, it will surprise no one that my Primaris Space Marine chapter I'm working on are snail themed. And I did that by just buying a bunch of these little, little snail jewel, like little charms.
Oh,
this was like $5 for 20. And I'm sticking those. I have a lot of other ones. I've got, like, these little ones for fingernails that are like a couple of millimeters long, and I'm just covering the Space Marines in that stuff, and it looks fine. And it would be, like, borderline impossible for me to make that, like, by hand, because it's so small and fiddly. Also, like shitty little ornaments for fish tanks. A good source
that's
of
so
skulls.
cute.
This is
love
really.
it.
This was like 50 cents, and it's like rock. It's like it's actually pretty good.
Very good. Should I get more Fallout merchandise? I haven't gotten anything
No,
in like
you have
a month.
enough.
Do you ever have enough, really?
I have none, and I'm fine with that. I have one piece of Bloodborne merchandise.
But Fallout, okay, Bloodborne is a good game, and I love it very
Yeah.
much. But you can't compare Bloodborne to Fallout in terms of addiction for Sin. Fallout is just like the essence of my soul. So when I buy merchandise, it feeds my soul.
What I'm saying is that you can compare it in terms of addiction if it's me.
But maybe if it was Fallout, you'd have a lot of merchandise. Maybe because it's Bloodborne. Maybe the consistency of Bloodborne is different than the consistency of Fallout.
All my Bloodborne. Are you ready? I have the Sackboy keychain that came with the pre-order. So that's been on my desk for 6 years now. And I have, we were talking about my necklace problem before. I think I've taken it down when I took the other one down, but I have a Cosmic Eye Watcher badge that I got from Etsy. It's not technically, like, it's Bloodborne merch, didn't come, it's not official. I don't know where it is. But, yeah, that's my 2 items of Bloodborne
But also
stuff.
you have to keep in mind that if you type in Bloodborne store into Google, you're not gonna get, like, a store dedicated to just Bloodborne merchandise with, like, friggin' hoodies, t-shirts, like, art, ducks that you put in a bath, weapons, Liberty Prime, a bunch of Pip-Boy, like, it's like, the whole thing is very conducive to, like, you know, buying it. Yeah, like, I know a lot of people don't like Fallout or think it's not good, and I see it in the chat, and that's fine, that's totally, people are allowed to have an opinion. It's just, for me personally, Fallout is, like, the thing that I love unconditionally in life.
Yeah.
And I just, yeah.
Well, that is the reason we know each other.
Fallout is the reason we know each other, actually. Literally.
Because, yeah. I mean, it's kind of convoluted, but, like, Sin knows me through her boyfriend, who only knows her because she had a Fallout quote on her profile, like when she was on a dating site. That's how they met.
Yeah, because...
So they met through Fallout, and then Sin met me through him.
Yeah, because what happened was that, like, it was actually funny. My friend signed me up for a dating website. She was like, you've been along long enough. It's time to do this. And I was like, no. And, like, you have, like, where you write your little bio, but on top of your picture or whatever, you can have, like, a quote. And the picture we picked was in the office. Like, we had a plant that died, but it left a giant leaf, so I had the giant leaf. It looked like it was growing out of my head. Like, this is a good picture. And the quote was, "War never changes." And...
Yeah. I mean,
so...
no one can accuse your dating profile of being misleading.
No, it was literally like...
It's exactly what you would expect from you, which is like, I pretended to have a tree growing out of my head.
Yeah.
I was talking about Fallout.
Yeah, and my boyfriend, he sent me it was a very nice message, and then he was like, by the way, is that a quote from Fallout? And I was like, oh my god, that's the one. And then we, like, met, and we... Also, the way we met, I knew he was the one, because... when we met, it was basically an emergency. My dad loves to read. Like, he really loves to read. He's a very big reader. And he has ebooks, but also he's very, like, clumsy. He breaks ebooks, like, just, like... And it's not on purpose. He, like, dropped one in the toilet one day.
That's clearly
like,
genetic.
Yeah, like, or, like, hit one with a car door as it was falling down. It's just, like, these freak ebook accidents. So we have to buy him an ebook every year. And my dad's ebook broke. And he needed another one. And I'm like, well, I'm going in the city to meet this guy. Blind date. So I guess I'll buy you one then. Like, because... My dad can't go more than 5 minutes without a book, so that was it. I'm meeting, like, my now boyfriend. I'm like, oh, hey, nice to meet you. So do you mind if I go buy an ebook? And sure, yeah, okay, let's go buy an ebook together. So it was just, like, this weird first date. It was really cute, and he was...
So in contrast to your Dad, proves I am not the Slav.
Yeah.
This iPad is over 10 years old.
Amazing.
And it still works. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't work because like all the software's outdated and it doesn't do anything. But like, it works as a PDF reader, and that's all I really want from it.
Yeah. Speaking of my dad, another thing that happens is he breaks cell phones. And again, I don't know, like, I don't understand what's up with him, ebooks, and cell phones. Maybe it's just because he's older and he doesn't know how to handle technology, but basically he broke his cell phone, right? But he needs it for work, because, like, they call each other, they organize things. And I was like, okay, Dad, don't freak out. I have an old cell phone that, like, is, like, my backup cell phone, because I have, like, I use my boyfriend's, I don't want to pay, like, money for a cell phone, okay? Because I'm...
Yeah.
So I use my boyfriend's old cell phones when he gets himself a new cell phone. So I have an old cell phone, and I started using my boyfriend's old cell phone. And anyway, so I had a cell phone that was from, like, many years ago lying around. I'm like, Dad, you can use that for a couple of days until you get your new cell phone. Do you know what happened? By the end of the day, my dad was very sad, and my mom calls me, and she's like, about how depressed he is. I'm like, what happened? He doesn't want to tell you, but the backup cell phone you gave him, he broke it. Like, how he had it for a day. He accidentally, like, I don't know. It feels very awkward. I'm like, it's okay, it's a backup. But it's just, I don't know what's up with my nanotechnology. Everything breaks. Everything breaks.
Oh, Autumn's going. Bye, Autumn.
Thank you for coming, Autumn. We'll see you later.
Talk to you later.
Yes.
Yeah,
Bye.
actually, because we were talking about it before. Here's some very old Warhammer on this very old iPad.
Oh, that's wonderful.
That's like the OG 80s stuff that you can't get anymore.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I think, Richie, it's we've done this for a couple of hours, and you should probably go to sleep soon. Oh.
Where am I? I don't have to go anywhere. I don't have to do anything.
I don't know. Well, it's late. You're gonna mess up your sleeping schedule even more again.
It's already 5:30 a.m. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't know.
Once you've stayed up past like 4 a.m., it's like, who gives a shit? I may as well just stay up.
I don't know.
They said to me when I was a student, they said, you can pull all-nighters now, but wait till you turn 30. I'm still doing it. And I am fine. There was an entire semester where I did not sleep on Sunday or Thursday nights because I put all of my classes on Monday and Friday, and I would just stay up all night and go to class, and it would be all day, and I would come home and collapse, and then I would be nocturnal for the rest of the week. And I didn't die.
But good thing is, hi Kyler. They say, hey guys, long time lurker here. I don't know why I hadn't yet, honestly. But been watching. Oh, okay. Don't know why I haven't commented yet, honestly. But been watching you guys for years now, and I finally just subscribed to Patreon.
Oh, thank you.
No.
Thank you.
Hang
on. So, someone brought up vintage Warhammer. This is very vintage. These are super rare now. This is not going to show well because of the light, but that is an old. That is a plastic Chaos Dwarf. They made these in very, very limited quantities. They are very, very rare and sought after now. And I've got one, and I just have it because this was my character I used when we played Warhammer Quest.
It's very cute. It's very, very cute.
This little dude. Yeah.
Kaylor also says, also I'm a Quebecer. It's always nice to hear Sin
speak
French. Tabarnak. Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
Aki has an old one of the undead special characters.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Well, one of the what happened was with me, I played it and I got out of it, and I actually I didn't realize how much I had, and I sold a bunch of stuff. I made like $5,000 just off the stuff that I had from when I was a kid, because it was either no longer made or it was being made out of the really shitty resin that no one wanted. So suddenly the metal ones were really valuable. But because of what interests me, I had like the really obscure stuff. Like I had a whole lot of like the Metal Sisters of Battle. Like I had a whole Metal Sisters of Battle army. I had a whole like all these Escher models from Necromunda. And like yeah, they went for a fucking mint. Like it's just really weird in that like I actually sold them for more than I paid for them, considering I didn't pay for them because I was 12. It's quite good.
True businessman.
And now they make plastic Sisters of Battle, and they're more expensive than the metal ones.
Wow.
Yeah.
This whole conversation reminded me that I have to download some music for my dad.
Because you were just zoning out and not paying attention to anything I was saying.
No, I just...
You don't know anything about it.
No, because we talked about ebooks, and I'm like, oh yeah, my dad asked me to record stuff. So he loves to read books. He's like, he probably read, like, literally, he loves sci-fi and action. Yeah, I think he literally read, like, every book that exists on planet Earth, translated into Russian.
Right.
He's like, I read, like, 3. They always tried to get me to read books. I don't know, I wasn't...
Like The Little Prince, your favorite.
Oh my fucking god, The Little Prince. No disrespect to anyone on Earth, but I don't care about The Little Prince. I don't care about the fox. I don't want to write an essay about it for the 50th time. Oh, you learn something new every time you read it. I did not! Can I be excused from ever reading it as a child, please? You know what? Let me just instead. We should have had classes where you watch like MCU instead, or bad action movies, or anything. I would have been so good at that. I would have excelled in those classes.
Yep.
Read The Little Prince again. No.
Someone said I'm from Canehurst in the chat.
Cute.
The consensus among my friends is I'm from Vinheim.
Why?
Because all the characters from Vinheim have like straight black hair that's center parted. Also, Vinheim's full of nerds. Did I ever play Inquisitor? No, but I have the Inquisitor rules. So, maybe one day. I know the models are out of production, so we'd have to... They were like 56 mil scale.
Someone says we need to get bitcoins. How do you get bitcoins? I hear about them.
They're a rare drop.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. How do I get bitcoins? Brutus, help.
Jean wants to know what we're reading right now.
Hey Google,
Sin's reading The Little Prince.
Hey Google, what's a popular book right now?
Here's some information for what books are popular right now. Here's a summary from the website bookria.com. The 20 most popular books on Goodreads right now. It's no big surprise that Michelle Obama's Becoming is at the top of the list. A few other points of interest. Becoming by Michelle Obama, Educated by Tara Westover, and more.
Hey Google, stop. Yeah, what Google said, that's what I'm reading. The top...
So you're reading Michelle Obama's Becoming.
Yes. It's a very good sci-fi action comedy. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I did, okay, I read more than 3 books in my life, but they were all like sci-fi action.
Yeah. No.
Russian books.
I don't know if this counts as reading because it's an art book, but like technically on my desk, I have this book of illustrations of J.J. Granville.
Mm-hmm. That's cool.
He's a weird he does lots of strange hybrid creatures. Like he's got like his like objects coming to life and stuff.
Speaking the devil, it's my mother. Hello? Hello?
There's a really disturbing one of like a serial killer carrot murdering some celery. It was hard to find. Why is every Souls game about insects corrupting people? If you hold off until we do Forbidden Woods, I actually have a whole thing about the Forbidden Woods and like the insects and everything.
Also, if you search, there's a search function on YouTube in each channel. If you search Forbidden Woods and Vermin, we have a couple of podcasts.
Yeah. But there's more to it than that.
Well, yeah.
Are there books about Warhammer Dwarves? They made a lot of books about Warhammer Dwarves, and they got increasingly expensive, and then they would be outdated a couple of years later.
Oh no.
One thing I like about Mantic is that they tend to release rules either entirely for free, or there'll be like a digest limited version that's free and then you pay for the full ones. Like we were talking about Dead Zone before, and like I have the Dead Zone rulebook. It costs nothing because the model is you can get the rules for nothing, and then presumably you will buy the stuff to play it with later on. But the issue with like Kill Team is like the buy-in price for Kill Team, even though it's small, is still like once you buy like the book and the supplements and everything, it's like really expensive before you've even bought any figures for it. So yeah, like, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah. Aren't you sure you don't have to go? It's like 6 a.m. for you. So my mom just called. My sister's gonna bring some Russian pancakes our way.
Okay. Do you want me to hang around till your sister shows up? Belbrutus. Okay.
Yeah, Belbrutus. It's very sweet of her.
Oh, fiction books about the dwarves. I think like the actual army books had a ton of fiction in them and like history and stuff. I have all of the old Warhammer army books on this. So I was not going to track down used copies of something that's almost as old as I am. You can't make fun of people saying that you don't contribute and then just sit there going...
Well, no, it's a very, like, duality of man, because it's like, she didn't contribute, and then she won't shut the fuck up. Which one is it? Can't be both. That's a contradiction.
I like your contributions.
Oh, thank you. I like your contributions, too.
We were talking before about how like we cover each other's weaknesses, so we work very well together.
Yeah, Rich's weakness cannot edit because procrastinator, even though has film in degree in film.
No. It's not even that. It's a first-class honors degree in film.
Too much of a procrastinator.
Literally the top of the class, and it's like, I don't have time to edit today. I don't feel like it. I went to the lake and looked at some ducks. That's actually what happened.
If it was up to Richie, we'd have no podcasts.
Yeah. Do I read Neil Gaiman? I read the first Sandman trade paperback, and I haven't read anything since then. Sin, what makes Russian pancakes distinct from regular pancakes?
They're much thinner. They're like thin. Mm-hmm. They're like crêpe, like the French ones. Kind of like that.
Right.
Like thin and big. And then you roll them with stuff in them. Yeah, go ahead.
There's a place near here, it's closed now, but it sold Hungarian chimney cake.
So cute.
I know, it's like, this is so beautiful. Just the concept of Hungarian chimney cake is great. It was basically like, it was a pastry, but they made it by wrapping it around like a really hot sort of piece of metal to cook it instead of frying it. So when you pulled it off the metal, it was like a hollow tube. I had some Hungarian. I did manage to have some Hungarian chimney cake before it closed.
That's very cool.
Yeah. Oh, and the subject of. Remember that that injured bird I nursed back to health and became very invested in?
Yeah.
And I spent a very long time looking after him and making sure he had, and like he would start coming to the door in the morning and he'd flutter for me and I'd come out with the food and he'd like hop around because he was really happy. And one day he stopped showing up. I was like,
No.
oh no, what's happened? Like, did a cat get him? Has he been hit? Because the reason he was with me is because like one of his legs was all mangled and he couldn't like hop properly. He couldn't take off properly. And I was like really, I'm like, oh god, like he's been hit by a car, he's been killed by a cat, and I'm like really bummed out that I like my little bird friend I put all this effort into is dead. The other day,
Oh yes,
I was traveling into town, and it just turns out that the cafe at the end of the road has reopened after the COVID restrictions were ended. And who should I see there? But the bird I nursed back to health.
Where
who has
in the
abandoned
cafe?
me for the cafe. Because if he hangs out there all day, people give him crumbs.
What a traitor. That is beautiful. That's a beautiful story.
Nothing. After everything we went through together, I am ditched for the Eclectic Tastes Cafe.
I mean, I would ditch you too if there was a cafe that was open, but we're in lockdown, so... Almost heaven, West Virginia.
That massive black and white feral cat is still hanging around me. I think he's a keeper. He's not gonna leave me.
Oh, that's sweet. Alright, so Richie, our resolutions are: do more It Can't Be Helped, do more cryptids.
Okay. What in the resolution you suggested it was like everyone be positive and live their best life?
By doing more It Can't Be Helped, as well as cryptids.
And then I said like it's a little vague, and you yelled at me and said, "What would you have as resolution, Richard?"
It's in the podcast, isn't it? In the New Year
Year's
podcast.
resolution podcast. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, our other resolution. Mm-hmm. You see, Doom Kid is like, yes, so it can't be helped. So, okay, we can do this. So but by April we still have to watch that anime. It's like 12 episodes, either Gundam or Macross.
Well, we've got about 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's fine. So just you have it. Just scroll up. I'll send you the name again, I guess.
All right. Okay.
And okay, that's what we do. You know what? That's what we're gonna do. That's the resolution. The next episode we record, like the major one, will be about cryptids.
All right.
Pick a cryptid.
Which have you decided which cryptid, or are you
from the book you sent me, the critters?
Oh, the fearsome critters. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, that's what we'll do.
Okay.
And pick an anime, because we'll do MD Geist later. Just need to review my notes. I was thinking we'll actually have to do multiple podcasts on MD Geist too, because we got to talk about the story, we got to talk about the characters. It's not gonna, it's gonna be too long if it's one podcast.
Yeah, I'm glad that oh yeah, get Sin to do MD Geist, it's really bad, ha ha ha, has now fucking evolved into we have to do multiple podcasts on MD Geist 2 to further explore the universe of the world.
It's good, but it's so good, it's not what you expect. The good guy is not who you expect. It's not the main character, and it's not the main non-character.
He murders all these people.
What?
MD Geist kills a whole lot of people.
But that's what I'm saying. MD Geist is not the good guy, but the good guy of the series appears in MD Geist too. That's the beautiful thing, and he's really complex. And I think the good guy of the MD Geist 2 is like one of my favorite characters ever. He's very complex. He's very relatable, and he's not the main character. That's the beauty of it. Like it's subverting expectations.
We have not seen Maria the Virgin Witch, I'm sorry.
No.
My anime knowledge ends around, like, 1995. If you want to know about a hyperpsychic Geo Garaga.
Okay, Richie. So I'm gonna pick a critter to do, but you have to pick an anime other than MD Guys that we have to cover and it can't be helped.
Okay.
Something
good.
Well,
I'll answer questions in the chat while you pick one.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a way to watch my old Dark Souls 2 videos? I don't recall ever playing Dark Souls 2. If you mean Dark Souls 3, I didn't delete anything off my channel. I just privated. No, I didn't private. I just unlisted it.
Yeah.
So if you go to the old channel, which will not be named, and you go to playlist, the playlists should have those videos in them. You just can't find the individual videos by searching, but they'll still be in the playlist. I haven't touched it since like mid 2019, so it should all still be there. If anything's gone, I don't have it anymore because I've been through 3 computers since then. But yeah, I mean, if you want to see like old style Richie before I reached my true potential. I found my Cosmic Eye badge, by the way. It's just swap necklaces.
Nice.
But yeah, like my old channel is not. I understand people liking it, but it represents a time in my life I don't want to go back to, which is sort of why I never really. Oh, Bob's still subscribed. Thank you. Yeah, I'm like, I don't want to be ungrateful. I'm glad people still remember it, and it's like that was really good. But it's like it's literally something I made when I was massively depressed and borderline disassociated most of the time. So I don't really want to go back there. And I think the content shows that because it's someone who's very, very distant from what they're talking about. Whereas now, if you listen to us talk, it's significantly more personal, and we talk about like what it means to us, which is not something I would have done at the time. Cosmic Eye badge. Because like Bloodborne is sort of important to me, not as an obsession, but as like what it touches on and what it's about. Sort of like hit a lot of raw nerves for me. And I actually found it difficult to engage with for a while because it's sort of like it's like it was made specifically to make me feel like obsessed and uncomfortable at the same time, and I'm sort of like through that now. And it's still important to me for that reason. Yeah, Bob. Yeah, I'm so much happier here. I was talking to Sin. Okay, this is something I was saying to Sin when we weren't recording, but like it's true, and it sounds like it sounds almost sickeningly like cute, but like this is the channel I kind of wanted to have all the time, and if I had stumbled upon this while I was on my old channel, I would feel depressed that, like, this isn't what I was doing. So, I mean, I'm glad that I'm here, and I'm glad that I'm doing the things I'm doing now. Like, this is, like, closer to what I've wanted to do. And I didn't feel like I had the, I didn't feel confident enough, and I didn't feel confident enough in myself, and I didn't feel confident enough that people would like me to be open. But, yeah. Yeah, it is easy to tell that I'm happier, yeah. Yeah, I am happier. By which I mean happy at all. Let's bring back Baby Bear. Like, that is, like... That's the stare, that's a 1,000-yard stare of a depressed man. Which is not what I look like anymore, inside or outside. Oh, yeah, keep asking questions. We can ask questions till Sin's sister arrives with the Russian pancakes.
You know, Russian pancakes called a blin, but also blin is the word you say like, let's say you stub your toe or whatever, and you're like, crap. That's like blin. So it's like a not a curse word, but like, damn. So like whenever something happens, you go pancake.
Herb wants to know if your sister will answer questions when she arrives.
Not today, but we actually do want to have her on the podcast because she's really
yeah.
She's really good at like fucking nails and makeup and all that crap.
I was gonna say that, and then I thought you'd say, "What? We're not to have her on," but we are having her on for that.
Yeah,
Aren't we?
yeah.
I think we have that in common then. Like we can talk.
Yeah.
I can talk to her about that. Yeah. Have you found out what we're talking about, or are you just distracted?
No, I found the book.
Okay.
There's a lot of them. Maybe we can go just like one by one, because the first one is the hugag.
Okay.
It's a huge animal of the Lake States. Its range includes West Wisconsin, northern Minnesota, and a territory extending indefinitely northward in the Canadian wilds towards Hudson Bay. Woo! Yeah.
Okay.
I found
All
the
right,
critter.
so
It's the hugag.
I'll answer the questions.
Yes.
Okay. Do runes in Bloodborne represent cymatics? So what I was doing then was I was Googling cymatics. And it said that cymatics is like something to do with vibration, like patterns from vibration.
Mm-hmm.
And like this is the constant thing about Carol runes, where like it's never clear what they actually are or how you get them.
Mm-hmm.
Or really anything about them. Because like there's this older version where it's just straight up there's pages from a book called the Book of Carol. Has the runes on them and you're finding the scattered pages and they all connect together. But like now it's just like, oh, a guy died and now I have a rune that's just was in his head or something. I don't know. I think you have to not take them literally and just say like it's there to tell a story. It's there to tell you something about the person rather than it having like a rational origin. Oh, they asked because they're an audio engineer. That's really cool. Yeah.
That's neat.
Yeah. Yeah. So Bartos asked, would you consider growing a beard? Like, I had a beard in the photo, and I don't anymore. And maybe I can't grow one anymore, because the follicles are dead. Who can say?
Laughs. Who can say?
That's one possible interpretation.
Bob says...
I have had all my beard follicles are dead. Like, I've had them killed, because I did not like having a beard.
Mm-hmm.
So I could not grow a beard if I wanted to, because there's just nothing there anymore.
Yeah.
It's extremely painful and expensive, but in the long term...
Yeah.
I have, like, the last time I shaved was in, August.
Mm-hmm.
I have not shaved since August. I just don't grow a beard anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I grow sometimes, this is something random, I have one hair that grows, like, here. And I just pluck it. I don't know why, I just started a couple of years ago, this one random hair. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Bob says, yeah, I found I accepted myself and my life much more than when I was young and wanted to be someone different. That's a good point. Like, I don't know, some people, you know, when it's like somebody's birthday when you're older and they're like, oh, well, 40 is the new 20. And I'm like, shit, I don't, the further I get away from my 20s, the more better I feel. I'm like,
yeah.
20, I guess 20s sin is like, I don't want to say I was a shitty person, but it was up and downs. A lot of self-work to not be a piece of shit. Yeah. Like, honestly.
I found an old laptop from the mid-2000s, and it still worked, and I opened it, and on it Okay, firstly on it was a copy of I Wanna Be the Guy. Because I kept it till, like, 2010, I think. And I actually showed Kyan. I took a photo of the desktop and I'm like, look, it's a copy of I Wanna Be the Guy from 2010. But also on it were a whole lot of saved AOL Instant Messenger conversations from 2005 through 2007.
Yeah.
And I'm in them. And I fucking hate that guy.
Yeah.
I read some of them. I hate it, and I hate how I'm interacting with people, and I hate how they're interacting with me. And I think that's part of why I don't vibe with Twitter. Because they read like Twitter conversations.
Yeah.
Where it's very like, say a thing, and then there's like wacky response, say another thing, I respond to that, and it's sort of like a bad sitcom. It's just like joke, thing, thing, response, thing, response, thing, response, over and over again, and like nothing actually happens. There's no real relationship forming.
Yeah.
And
I'll be right back.
Oh, cool. Okay, yeah.
I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. All right, see. So yeah, I found it. I'm like, I am so glad I am not that person anymore. And we're talking about like moving on, and like, I want to think to myself that those people moved on, but I know that like the two of those people. I'm not a cyber stalker, but I'm a cyber stalker, but I do sometimes wonder, like, hey, whatever happened to what's his name, and like look them up. And two of the people in there, I know for a fact they never moved on. They are exactly the same people. They are doing exactly the same jokes. And in one case, I literally mean exactly the same jokes, because they are. I won't say names because it's like depressing and I don't want them to be like outed or something. But like, one of the people in those chats has set up a Twitter account to do jokes, and they are the same jokes. Like word for word copy pasted from the jokes he was telling in 2006. 15 years later, he has somehow not topped like this sub-Adult Swim non sequitur stuff that like, it's just sad. And he's like older than me, so he would be in his like, he'd be like 38 or 39 at this point, and literally like, he's not come up with a better joke since then. And like, another guy I was talking to back then, he was one of those, he was like an early sort of like Chan culture adopter, and he was really into the whole like cringe thing. Like, he would like fall, this is why I don't like talking about it, because I feel like I'm being him, but he would look up like, you know, like, look at this furry shit, what a load of cringe, look at this bad webcomic, cringe. And then the problem is, because all he ever did was react to things and complain about things, he never actually did anything. And like, I sort of like stumbled across him again, and he'd be 41 now. And he's still doing it. And I'm just like, God, like, I feel like I escaped like a black hole that was pulling me in. And I feel like I always would have, because I could not deal with those people. Even at the time, I kind of couldn't stand it, and I had to leave. But I really feel like I sort of escaped the fate that was assigned me in the end, but I almost didn't. Like, I talked to you about this a lot, that like, the reason I am better, and I mean this, the reason I am better is because of you. Because like, someone mentioned in the chat that like the early stuff with us was like grumpy Gus being pulled out of his shell by Saint Sin. But it was.
Aww.
And like, but like, if you hadn't done that, I would probably just have sat around still being the guy in that ID card forever.
Aww.
And feeling like crap. And so, but the chance us meeting is so random. Like, the number of like weird cosmic convergences that need to have happened for us to be talking now is astronomical. It's like that fucking Dr. Manhattan speech about thermodynamic miracles. Oh, it is. And it's like, if that hadn't happened, like, I would still be like feeling like crap, and I would not be talking to those people anymore because I couldn't stand them, but I wouldn't have anyone else. So I'd just be alone all the time. And like I've said this before, but like a lot of the people that we talk to now and we're friends with now, they're people I didn't know before you. Like, I knew who like Dahlia was, I knew who Allison was, and we had talked before, but we weren't like close in the way we are now because like I was interacting with them in a different way back then. Because of like where I was at and what I was doing. I would not have actually gotten close to them like I am now if it hadn't been for this, because it sort of established that like, okay, there's actually like it's not going to be like that. So
well, it's interesting because it also wouldn't have worked out. Like in my 20s, like there was a lot of stressful things that happened, and because I'm like kind of an anxious person or something. And I was always like also naive when I was younger, so just like combination of all these factors where I didn't know how to deal with certain social situations that made me like not like I didn't deal with them in a good way. Like I would not be a nice person, and like you wouldn't necessarily always want to be around me because I wouldn't be very nice, you know. And sorry about that. Apologize if I wasn't nice to you 10 to 20 years ago. But you know, at some point I had to like, I guess again closer to my like late 20s, be like, okay, I can't keep living like this person that I don't like. Like you have a bad attitude, you're jealous, you're not nice to people. Not all the time, but when a situation arises where it's like you gotta you don't know how to act, and you're not nice. And also it was like you know forums. Remember how forums were a thing?
Remember the forums that they had back then on the proper internet. That we had in the 90s, where you had a forum.
Yeah, and
the forums, they were so well kept.
No, they weren't.
The people that kept the forums, it was so much craft. Those forums, they were everywhere, and you could you could see your face in them. They were so shiny, not like now, where it's all new modern things like Twitter that's just radiation and sadness.
But yeah, so remember the forums, and you know how when you like I was actually moderating some, and it's not that I did a bad job. It's just because again, I wouldn't know how to deal with certain situations. I would just deal with it by being like, oh, I don't know how to deal, and people like I wouldn't end up being like people's punching bag. And then, but what would I do when I had enough? I would just retaliate. Again, it's not nice. Like, I shouldn't have. But it's just these ups and downs. And anyway, so I had to like be like, okay, Sin, please be normal. Think about how you can improve your life and be a normal person who can react to stressful situations in a normal way. How do you get rid? Like, I also used to be quite jealous, like, of things. And again, it's because of stuff that happened, you know, in my own life, and like quite like reactive and this and that. So yeah, the more time goes on, the more I got like a hang of my own like personality and just like learned to not be that. We met, and like we met at a time when I was in a good place, and that helped me sort of like make this channel work, because I don't know, I'd probably like, you know, you sometimes get hate comments and mean comments if you can't really deal with them. Sometimes I get frustrated with the mean comments too, but not in a way where it really like affects my life, where I want to shut down everything and like unlist everything and move away. But like if I didn't deal sort of in my 20s with my life and problems, like this would not have been possible. We would have met, made one podcast, and then I would have just unlisted everything and moved on with life.
Yeah.
So
there were two things that was said in chat then. One was someone Majin was like, you need to sort of heal yourself before you can move on, and the other was a Unklimpt, who says like a lot of Souls people have anxiety issues, and is that something that that we deal with. And I think, like, hi, Allison's here. Hi.
Hi, Allison.
Allison has food poisoning.
Oh no. Poison cooking.
I knew you were
Allison,
gonna say that.
did a woman with pink hair feed you some purple food?
Did it have comical lines coming off the top and worms in it? So, like, I think to me those things are connected. About, like I talked about Bloodborne being important. And, like, being honest with yourself and healing. Because, like, I don't want to, like, say things about people in the community. But, like, it's true there's a lot of people in the community who do have, like, anxiety issues and depression issues that, like, they're dealing with still. I won't go into it because, like, I don't want to start, like, people worrying or something, but it's very prevalent. But, like, like I said this before about Bloodborne, like, when Bloodborne came out initially, I bounced off it very hard, and it wasn't the difficulty, it was that the things it was dealing with were making me very uneasy. And if something is making you uneasy, it's quite simple to say, well, this is bad. I don't want to look at this, I don't want to think about this, so it's bad. And then you sort of, like, bounce off it that way. But the thing is, like, the things it's engaging with, they mattered to me. They got under my skin. And a big part of what I had to do was to admit to myself that it wasn't that, like, it was bad. It's like, this is really getting to you. This is getting into your brain. And it's not something that you can dismiss. And it's something you can dismiss as just bad. Because, like, it's like, there was a very bad Twitter thread about this a while ago, and Meth was extremely unhappy with it. But it was basically like, a lot of women die in Bloodborne, so it's bad. And that was kind of, like, to a degree, how I felt at the time. Like, there's so much sexual violence in this. And there's so much, like, you know, this imagery of, like, you know, defiled pregnant corpses and things. And I just was like, I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about it. It's bad. It's like some, like, weird shock horror thing. I'm just going to ignore it. But, like, part of me dealing with my own issues was to deal with that and say, no, it's getting to you for other reasons, and this is an excuse you've come up with to sort of, this is a defense mechanism that you're using to not actually, like, seriously think about why this thing has gotten to you. And that's also why when I started making videos about it, they're very detached. Because I'm like, I'm just going to talk about how things look. I'm just going to talk about the references. I'm not going to talk about how it makes me feel, because I didn't know how I felt, really, and I was still, yeah, I didn't know how I felt, and I didn't want to think about the fact I didn't know how I felt. And it took a very long time for me to get to the point I'm at now, where I can say, okay, this is why it made me uncomfortable. And the fact it made me uncomfortable was actually a good thing, because it forced me to confront all of these problems I had about, you know, all the, like, the weird body horror and, like, the gendered aspects and the stuff about, like, needing to transcend and, like, being weighed down by who you are and everything. The way that just, like, burrowed into me is something I had to confront. And I'm not saying, like, Bloodborne actually, like, was single-handedly responsible for me fixing myself, but it was definitely a catalyst to doing that, and that's why I'm still talking about it now. How are you feeling, Sin?
I'm good. Have some Russian pancakes upstairs. There's stuff
Yeah.
to meet, I think.
Oh, unfortunately, I can't join you.
Oh.
Hmm.
Yeah, I have my mug here. It's Fallout.
Yeah.
The best game
But yeah,
ever created.
what I'm getting at is, like, because Majin was the one who said, like, you have to sort of fix yourself, and, like, you do have to be honest with yourself about why you feel certain ways.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
Because, like, it's very, very easy to come up with, like, a like, defense mechanisms that you don't realize are there. It's very, like, since Sin is a psych person, she knows more than I do about this, but, like, because she's also shy, so she won't say anything. But, like, it's very easy to, like, constantly justify to yourself why you feel a certain way, even if you know deep down that's not why you feel that way.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very, very easy to do that for a very long time, but eventually it will get to you. You can't do it forever. If something gets to you, it's going to keep getting to you.
That's true, yeah. You gotta deal with the source.
Yeah. Yes. If you have issues with, like, how you feel about something, or issues with yourself, like, you need to actually, like, it's very simple to say, like if we talk about like that very bad picture, we talked about, like, my, like, weight issues I had. Part of that was, like, I'm unhealthy, but then another part of that is, like, I am sort of deliberately staying unhealthy. And I'm not saying fat people are unhealthy. I'm saying I was unhealthy because I was in a terrible state. But it's like, in a sense, I am deliberately doing that to myself, so that every time I feel bad, every time I, like, have, like, sleep disorders, every time I hate the way I look, every time I am trying to, like, I feel very uncomfortable with who I am, I can fall back on the excuse that, well, it's because you're overweight. That's why you feel bad. So I gotta, like, just not, as long as that's there, that's my like, all-purpose go-to. It's like this shield. Like, everything bad that happens, it's because you're overweight. It's because that's why you feel bad. And it was really the other way around. It was like, I felt bad, so I was overweight because I felt bad. Because I was like, if you're, I'm sure a lot of people can relate to this, because it's really common, even among people who aren't as messed up as I am. But, like, if you feel depressed, part of feeling depressed is, like, there's no future and everything is wrong. So if there's no future and everything is wrong, then why bother looking after yourself? Why bother, like, because it doesn't matter. Why would you bother cleaning up? Because it doesn't, like, nothing matters, and you just sort of, like, zone out, and it's like, ugh. And like, I distinctly remember, because I knew at the time, I was weirdly, like, I was not addicted to fast food. I wasn't. I hated it. It tastes disgusting. It makes me sick. I was eating it all the time, though. And the answer, really, I was eating it all the time because the notion of eating anything that was good for me, like, was sort of upsetting, because it's like, I'm saying, like, I can get better. And part of me doesn't want to get better. Part of me wants to stay sick as, like, a means of, like, if you can't get, like, if you start getting better, then you'll have to, like, deal with other problems. So it's like, I just want to stay sick, I want to stay depressed, I want to stay, like, in my little depression pit forever, because then I don't ever have to deal with anything. Yeah, and, like, a lot of, like, people I know can relate to that. Like, I have a friend who's in a similar situation, and, like, I remember going to his place, and it was just like, there were no lights on, and it was just empty KFC boxes everywhere. And the only thing, he only knows how to boil water, so it was just, like, spaghetti with nothing on it. And just, like, and it was just like, you can look at that and say, that's gross and disgusting, like, learn domestic skills and fix things. But, and, like, that's true, But at the same time, like, is the root of it is not necessarily that you're too lazy to do it. The root of it is that it's like you're so depressed, and everything feels hopeless and pointless that it's like, well, why should I do this? Because that was an issue. Because like I know now, it's like you're the guy who does all that baking, and you're all that cooking, and you have all these like, oh, your bedroom is color coordinated and everything. This has been a whirlwind. This happened very rapidly. And it happened rapidly because it was always there. I always, like, did understand color theory. I always did understand interior decor. I always did know how to cook. I always did like cooking, and I like making nice things, and I like making things look cute. But I was depressed. So I wasn't doing it. And getting out of that funk, like, it's just like that part of my brain just switched on, and I just was able to do it all. Do you have anything to say, Sin?
Have a lot of Fallout merchandise.
You do, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know, how do you follow that up?
I got
Richie just said, like, the deepest thing that was ever said on the Snap Covenant, like, this deep philosophical fucking emotional self-expression and exploration, introspection fucking things, like, oh shit, do you have anything to follow? You know I don't have anything to follow that up. I barely have thoughts in my brain.
Like, I was like that before my boyfriend.
No, I don't know, I think part of my problem was that I grew up in the Soviet Union. And, like, for people who don't, like, now I'm sure it's different, but back then, it's like,
Well, there isn't the Soviet Union anymore, so you'd assume it was different.
But it's very, like, for example, until I came to Canada, I didn't know what mental illness was. Like, I'm sure we had a word for that. I'm sure we had words for anxiety, but it's just, like, they're not, it's like, no, that we don't, Russians are perfect. Or, like, things like, this is actually, I think a lot of Russians may have had this experience. Like I've never seen, like, people with, you know, physical, for example, like disability or anything like that before coming to Canada. And it's not because Russians are perfect, it's because people who that looks in some way imperfect, they're literally hidden away.
Yeah.
Like, my mom would tell me the story when she's like, yeah, when I was younger, I knew, like, neighbors lived with us, and her daughter had a disability, but she would only, like, the mother would only take the daughter out to play at night, like, stuff like that, so you just hide things away, which is really messed up, right? But that's how, like, the environment I grew up in, and I think part of why it took me a long time to recognize that, like, oh, well, maybe you kind of have, you know, it's not normal sin that, like, whenever, like, you can't sleep at night, and, like, even as a child, and then sometime when you have to do, like, a presentation in front of people, you end up shaking and crying. That's not normal. Maybe there's something, like, you know, so it took a long time to just, like, realize that something's up. I gotta fix that. This is not... Yeah. And, and I think, you can't just, obviously, like, the way I'm saying it, like, you gotta fix it. It's not that easy. Like, you gotta have, like, a support system. You gotta have people who can help you. You gotta go see someone. Like, it's not just like, oh, today I decided everything's gonna be okay. You know?
Because, like, going back to, like, what I was saying, if something is eating away at you, you will not be able to ignore it. You think you can ignore it, like, when you're 25, but it's not going away. Yeah. It's going to stay there unless you actually address it. I'm not trying to make people cry, we're just talking.
You fucking bully. You goddamn fucking bully.
I was going to show off, I have a cup as well. When you show for that cup, I have this, right?
Yeah.
Guess how much this cost?
50 cents.
Nothing.
What? How?
Nothing, because there is a house I walk by on my way to the supermarket, and the person that owns it is selling it. And because they're selling it, they're getting rid of all of their stuff, and I walked past, and they just had all the stuff on their outside with, like, free to good home. And this is perfect because this is exactly like
It's very cute.
this fits in with everything I have, my aesthetic.
Yeah, I said
like
50
nice
cents
blue glasses.
because I thought
Yeah.
you got it at a garage sale or something.
No, it wasn't even a garage sale.
I love garage sales and church sales, but pandemic. I can't.
Yeah,
I'm so
yeah,
sad.
yeah.
This is where,
Mm.
like, oh, I gotta show you something. Maybe in a couple of AMAs. Remind me, I have to show you something. Yeah, a couple of AMAs. It's really cool. It's really fun. It's really cool. It's really cool stuff.
Yeah.
But one issue
Yeah.
I had a lot of trouble that I really had to work on was like being jealous of things, of people.
Yeah.
And it was, I don't know what the fuck it was, but it was just so, I think it was just like, I guess, anxieties and all that stuff, and just like feeling like judged and watched all the time, and like not, also, I don't know, is being sensitive a thing? Because I was really, really sensitive. I used to be very sensitive. Like, oh, it's like unhealthily sensitive. Like, you can't say anything to me.
I used to be very sensitive, but now I'm like, Richard, bitch, get over here. Do what you
No, but you know when somebody can say like one word to you, like they don't even mean anything bad, like, and you just like die.
Oh no, yeah, I was that too, because like I realized this eventually, like I had no self-esteem because I didn't like myself.
Self-esteem, that's the thing. Yes.
Yeah. So if you said anything remotely critical to me, I would fall to pieces, because it's like, all right, that's true.
I had bad self-esteem.
It doesn't matter what. Even the slightest, like, you know, I like, hey, your floor's a bit messy. I would like sulk and get depressed because, like, I'm like, yeah, it is, and I don't have the that noise is Ingrid, by the way, she's sneezing. I didn't have the self-respect and self-image to actually stand up and say, like, that's not a problem. There she goes. So, yeah, so, like, what's happened now is that, like, I actually feel, like, confident enough to, if someone criticizes me, actually stand my ground. And either accept that, like, they're right or say no, which I could not do before.
Yeah. But that's a good point. Self-esteem, I feel like, from people I know, it's, like, at the core at a lot of, like, issues and bad decisions. I'm like, oh.
It's not even, like, self-esteem, because when I was a child, everyone was saying you have very low self-esteem. You have very low self-esteem. How do we fix your self-esteem? And it's like, but it's not like you have very low self-esteem. It's just, it's like you have low, you've caught it. It's like a cold. Like you have low, like low self-esteem is a symptom of something else. And like my self-esteem was low for reasons I came to understand later on. Yeah. Yeah, Arky says, it's like, it's adults telling you to get good. It basically is. Like, I was funneled through a whole lot of, like, counselors and psychiatrists and things, and none of them helped even remotely. Like, here's a good example, right? It was assumed by everyone until I was about 15 that I didn't, like, I could not talk in front of, my public speaking would be terrible. So no one ever asked me to do it. And, like, the assumption was, like, you know, you're not very articulate, you'll, like, get frightened and, like, not say anything, and this is ludicrous to anyone who's watching this now, because I've been talking nonstop for about 4 hours. But, like, that was the assumption, and what happened was, I got put on the school debating team, against my will, and forced to talk, and just throwing me out there like I actually was able to do it. So, like, I could do it all along. I just, like, it only sort of kicked in when I was in, like, a crisis situation where it's like, if you don't do this, you'll fail. And I actually, that was, like, debating is the only thing at school I actually got any recognition for, which is totally berserk if you, like, had seen me the year before. It's like, well, he doesn't talk, he just sits in the corner being quiet. And it's like, here's your award for arguing. It's like,
somebody mentioned a thing about be a man is another damaging statement.
yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting because, again, when I was younger, I'd hear things like, "Oh, a girl is not supposed to do that. a girl is not supposed to bite her nails. A girl's supposed
Girl
to have
is
a
not
good.
supposed to do this.
Yeah, girl is supposed to have good posture, and like basically, my poor parents. Like, look at me.
Yeah.
But this is another interesting thing, because I guess again it's a Soviet Union thing where you gotta be like, there's only one way to be, and like you gotta reflect that.
Right.
But yeah, even now sometimes my mom tells me things like, that's another thing, by like healing myself, I healed my parents. Sometimes my mom or my dad will tell me stuff.
You say you healed your parents, but your father seems to destroy technology by touching it, like some sort of X-Man.
Maybe he is, but
He's
like
Jubilee.
yes, like I have to sometimes my parents say stuff, and I have to be like, okay, what you're saying is not very logical. Now think, and I have to like explain, and then eventually they're like, oh yeah, because they're like one thing I'm proud of with my parents, like looking back now, I guess, because they did grow up in the Soviet Union, where it's like I don't. Soviet Union is like, the memories, the stories are here is things such as, oh, if you were gay, you go to jail or get electric chair. Memories of the Soviet Union. It's a pretty intense place. Like, oh, if you have American currency or wear jeans, you go to jail because propagating Western values. Like, so it's a pretty intense place, pretty one way of thinking. And despite that, my parents are like, they're really like open-minded, they're chill, like they're not like racist or sexist. They raised me to be like very like normal person, not like, oh, this is how things are done and this is one way to, you know? So I'm actually really like happy and proud of my parents, because despite like having like this shadow of friggin', I don't know, Stalin over you, if you're a little different from what they expect, you die. Like despite that, they're like good people, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, no, Aki's saying that they're bad at expressing themselves, and like, I think what happened to me with talking is that like I said, I was flung into a situation where I'd failed a class if I didn't talk. And I sort of like, it's like when you're backed into a corner, you sort of like snap. And that's sort of like, I just started that was like the beginning of me being able to talk really publicly at all. And like now I talk to you all the time, and I'm known as like someone who never ever stops talking. Yeah, but that like didn't happen for a while. Yeah.
Well, we talked about this. This podcast also helped me like speak.
Yeah.
Because I'm not good at presentations or thinking on my feet about what to say, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want us to keep going? Do you want us to keep talking?
Up to you, because it's 6 a.m. on your end. I don't.
It's a sin. I'll have to stop you there. It's actually 6:25.
Do you have to go? You should probably go.
Fucking care.
Tutu says, I used to have a Russian friend, and she'd tell me that in Russia there is a huge amount of people nostalgic for the Union. Again, this is something my dad brought up, but it was like, he's like, yes, I'm very nostalgic for the Union. There were like a couple of years between like 1965 and 1969 that were really good, or like something like that, which is like, that's ridiculous. It's like, I know.
But like you're saying about like the way gay people were treated. That's like, if you look at the way gay people were treated outside of the Union, was not particularly great. Like, it's not like that was a specific, like, people can like yeah, but
I think like people who have nostalgia have this like the idea, the Union they remember is not necessarily the reality.
Yeah.
Like they probably remember the good times, like, oh, remember when we would get together with like friends and would like celebrate a birthday, and you know, things that are actually like positive and good, but like not like remember that time back in the day where you couldn't say a joke about the government because then if your neighbor hears it and snitches on you, everybody ends up in jail. Good times. Like, I think they're remembering like the human interactions and people helping each other as opposed to like bad stuff.
Yeah. There's a poem that I often think about when we're discussing things like this.
Mm-hmm.
It's called The Hound of Heaven by Francis Thompson, and it's about his sort of religious experience in a sense. And he talks about like it's about the sort of literal part. What the problem's about is it's about his sort of acceptance of God, but he characterizes God and Christ and religion as not as something that he sort of is he's not like embracing this warm cuddly thing. He personifies it as this hound that is chasing him, and no matter how much he runs from it, the hound is always following him. So it's this aggressive sort of thing that is chasing him down, and that's how I feel about a lot of things. Like it's like, oh, like accept yourself as this positive thing, but it's really like accepting yourself is quite a confrontational, frightening thing, and you're trying to run from it a lot of the time. It's not happy, and that's really what I think about when this happens. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This makes me think of a poem I know. It goes something like, fighting evil by moonlight, winning love by daylight.
That's good, because I thought you were going to say it reminds me of a poem I know. Take me home, country roads, to the place where I belong. So thank you. The guy that Richard Dawkins kind of like got his ideas from and then took credit from, he had a weird relationship with the Hound of Heaven. That's initially how I knew about it, because George Price was his name, and he was one of two people who sort of pioneered like the gene-centered view of evolution that Richard Dawkins later got famous for building a career on. The notion that like, well, it's not actually the organism. I'm not a biologist, but like the notion that it's not necessarily the organism that is living on, it's the genes that are living on. So as an organism, you are there to propagate your genes. You're like, in a sense, you don't count. It's your genes that count. You're just a carrier for them. And he pushed this theory, and then he realized the sort of like, again, this is, I'm not like trying to be anti-science or anything here, and I don't think this does logically follow, but as far as he was concerned, it logically followed that like morality didn't exist and good didn't exist because we're all just passing on genes. And it horrified him. It was like this sort of like world-shattering moment where he couldn't really function anymore, because he's like, oh shit, like nothing matters, we're just passing on genes. And he then dedicated the rest of his life to trying to disprove his own theory. No, he did. He just started like he was quite rich at this point, because he was like a sort of rich like Oxford. I don't know where he was at, some fancy British place, like scholar. And he just started. He dedicated his life to being completely randomly altruistic. He would just give things away to people, and he would like let homeless people live at his house or anything, because he was completely desperate to disprove his own findings, because he didn't want humans to just be carriers for genes. And he did eventually commit suicide because he couldn't cope with it. But he mentions in his suicide note that like this is the Hound of Heaven coming down on me, because I can't accept this world, and I can't live with it.
Damn.
Yeah.
Противолочные дороги, отвезите меня домой, к месту, где я принадлежу. Западная Вирджиния, городная мама, отвези меня домой. Противолочные дороги. Somebody asked for a Russian version. I Google translated it real quick. I don't know if it makes sense. wait a minute. Did I just... I just mispronounced the Russian word twice. I'm a dum-dum. Why did I not even... This is embarrassing. Take 2.
How many Russians are in the chat that will
Hopefully
notice
none.
Sin's mispronunciation?
I don't know why I even mispronounced it. I didn't even question it. I know this word. I just... That's an interesting thing that happens if you don't... Like, Russian is my native tongue, but because I rarely use it.
Yeah.
You just kind of lose it, you know?
Mm-hmm. 93 people are watching this. I just checked.
Hello, I don't know what you're doing.
We've not talked about Bloodborne for at least 2 hours. Do you have anything to say, Sin?
Oh, when I spent time in an English-speaking country, I forgot how to speak German. Guten Tag. Ich liebe dich. Du hast...
Rammstein. I think it's George Price. This was a while ago though, so I have not revisited him because it's too depressing. But,
go ahead.
Every so often we'll say the same pop cultural reference, and it's like, oh yeah, we are actually the same generation.
Yeah. I used to like Rammstein a lot. I think a lot of people went through that phase when they discover Rammstein. And it's like, oh, this is so cool.
You know what I had? It's like the beginning of me finding like really obscure, weird shit. You know, on one of their big hits, it was Angel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Kodo Go Shine.
They had an Evangelion video with that. Somebody made it on YouTube.
And there's this woman singing in the background, in like the bridge. I found an album by her.
Aw, that's so cool.
Yeah, and it was like, oh cool, this is really weird.
That's very cool.
I think I still have it. At one point I had like about 500 CDs, and now I have like 10.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I actually took a class of German language in college, a semester of it. Because it was like, oh cool, Rammstein, German, yay.
How are the same people still here?
Oh, 100 people!
I don't know what music this is. You know.
It's supposed to be Rammstein, like, angels live, they never die. Something in the sky. And an angel when I die. We need to practice our Rammstein.
Has anyone like thought about Rammstein since 1998?
Do you want to know why the pandemic started? Do you want to know the real truth? No conspiracies, no bullshit. The real reason why the pandemic started. It's not what you think.
Okay.
It's not what anyone thinks.
Keep in mind, Alex Jones was banned. All right, so.
Okay.
Let's think about. Okay.
So basically, because before we moved into our tiny house, we had a tiny apartment. And once we moved into this house, it's like, oh my god, we actually have more space to invite people over. So we should do that more often. Like, because we usually go to the Greeks' place, because their places are bigger. It's like, no, let's have, like, the Greeks are by the...
Did you start the pandemic?
No, listen. And I'm like, the Greeks can come over now. And we even got, like, games you can play together with people, and, like, you know, like, being more, like, sociable. And we decided, and, like, my computer guy girl BFF, like, she's, like, you invite her to, and just, like, awesome. But that wasn't what, this is what like, it wasn't enough. Do you know what actually, I think this was something that was, like, it was brewing, like, oh no, Sin wants to be more social, like, the forces are brewing. What triggered it? I can tell you exactly what triggered it. I, who has never been to a concert in her life, Like, I've never, you know, like, actual... We've been to, with my boyfriend, like, Video Games Live. You know, that nerd shit? He took me. And the piano guys were in Montreal, too. So,
Do
like,
I look like a nerd, Sin?
so anyway, we've
I
been,
don't
like...
know about video games.
Yeah. But I've never been to an actual, like, concert with, like, oh, this is a
Right.
famous singer. And so my boyfriend was like, hey, I know you like Rammstein, and they're coming to Montreal. I'm like, oh, and he's like, did you want to go? I'm like, oh, I've never been to a concert because I don't know. It's too many people. Like, it's so anxiety. You know what? I think we should do it. You and I should go to, like, a real concert together, and it's Rammstein. We buy the tickets. A month later, the pandemic happens. This is where it starts. And obviously, concert canceled, everything canceled, the world is ending, and I will never see a concert in my life now, because, like, how, like, I don't feel comfortable going outside. You think I'm going to go to a crowded place? And I'm never going to see Rammstein in my life, and I was so excited for it.
I didn't even know Rammstein was still together.
Yeah. So I think, like, me trying to be more social triggered the pandemic.
I see.
What did Alex Jones say?
Well, I thought this was going to be like a conspiracy theory where, like,
No, it's 100% true.
the pandemic was a localized bioweapon designed to assassinate you, and it came from Putin or something like that. You are remarkably paranoid about Vladimir Putin for someone who doesn't live in Russia.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just a thing. The transient property of Putin. If you're a Slav, you're a little paranoid. He's a little scary.
He is.
A little scary, so just, you know. Arkin is like, yeah, Putin is probably a patron supporter.
Yeah.
Jordan says, my Russian friend is also mildly paranoid of Putin. It's just like, I don't know.
Oh, quality feet content. I have boots on.
Oh, nice. I have running shoes on. You want to see? Look.
Yeah.
I can't. Okay, wait. Fuck. Oh no, that's my phone. Look, these are shoes I only wear in the house. That's why they're clean.
Oh.
Ow. Yeah. My mom gave them to me. My mom and my sister.
Yeah.
Because they love shoe shopping.
These shoes are 2 sizes too small for me.
Oh
but
no.
They don't carry them in a larger size, so I have just been forcing myself to wear them to stretch them out.
Oh, damn. That sucks. Imagine wearing shoes in your house. No, these are house shoes. That's the thing. These are special house shoes. They're too cute to wear outside because they're like, you see how, like, they're gonna get dirty fast, so I can only wear them in the house. Because if I don't wear them, then it's a waste of a gift.
Sin was there when I bought these. Remember I went shopping.
That's right. It's those shoes.
I was sending you photos of places I was in and talking about what we should get. Yeah.
I have outside shoes. Yeah, because, like, okay, Richie doesn't understand this when I bring it up because Richie doesn't have seasons. But in Canada, we have, like, seasons. We have, like, a summer, a spring, a fall, and a winter. And they're all, like, temperaturally and physically significantly different from each other. Like, summers are hot, you know? And then, like, autumns have freaking, I don't know, rain. And, like, there's snow.
So what you're describing is remarkably similar to the seasons that we have here.
You don't have minus 30. You don't know what minus 30 is. You don't know what plus 30 is. You don't have humidity.
That doesn't mean that...
You don't...
It doesn't mean that there aren't seasons. It just isn't quite as cold.
So basically, yeah, you gotta have a lot of outside shoes. You gotta have different outside shoes. You gotta have rain outside shoes. You gotta have winter outside shoes, but I gotta make sure they're waterproof because snow. It depends where you walk. You gotta have summer outside shoes. It's very complex. I have inside shoes too, though. Also, cause like it can get cold. You have to wear shoes or slippers, cause we don't have heated floors or anything, right? So it's like floors are cold sometimes.
Oh no, I do. This is. The problem is, like, I live in a part of Australia that's actually quite cold, but it's not as cold as Canada. So Sin will not allow me to say it's cold here.
No,
In the
not
same
allowed.
way that, like, it's like everything about Sin just sees herself as the norm.
Yeah.
So in the same way that, like, Sin just considers there's 3 ages if you're Sin. There's fetus, which is younger than Sin. Normal age, which is whatever age Sin is, and then I guess too old to be dyeing your hair, which is older than Sin.
Wait, did
But
I
it just
really say
fluctuates
that?
throughout time.
When did I
Yes, you
say
did.
that? Why
You
would I
did
say
say
that?
that.
That sounds insane.
You did say it. I won't say who it was about.
It was about someone? Oh no. Oh, that's mean.
Yep.
Oh, I'm so
You
mean.
said, like,
That's-
she's 55. She's too old to be dyeing her hair.
55
And I was
is not
like,
even old. I must have.
no,
Was
that's what
I,
I was
was
saying.
I
It's like,
drinking?
look, if you at the age of 20 absolutely would have said she's 35, shouldn't be dyeing her hair to you, all right?
Was I drinking? Because it doesn't count if I was drinking. Thank you.
I don't know. I couldn't see you at the time.
What does that even mean?
You could have been drinking without me watching.
What does
It's
that
like,
mean? Too old to dye? You dye your hair at any age. I don't understand myself. That's
if anything,
crazy.
you would dye your hair when you got older because it would be great.
Actually, oh, speaking of gray hair, okay. I actually, because I dyed my hair a little, because my natural hair is like a dark, it's not black, it's dark brown, I guess. And I'm like, it's like lifeless. So I dye my hair to have a little red or brown or whatever, but the color doesn't stay because my hair is dark, right? This is supposed to be red. But it doesn't stay. I just dyed it like 2 days and it doesn't stay. But the thing is, with the grays absorb the color better.
Yeah, they do.
It's a miracle. I need more
Yeah.
grays. Riches, trust me. Because if I have
No,
more
I feel
grays,
the same
this
way
is
because
like...
I've got grey around here and nowhere else.
But that's
And like
cool.
I have hair dye in
Yeah.
too. This is also like reddish, but it doesn't show up because my hair is
It
thicker.
only shows on the grays and the silvers.
Mm.
So I'm just saying, y'all gotta stress me so I get more gray hair so I can finally have like nice red hair when I die.
If you got it done like professionally, you could probably get a
I'm
decent
not.
rate.
Yeah, when? We're not allowed to breathe because COVID is around. When am I gonna go do my hair? Nowhere, Richie. Yeah, even I don't know. I wonder how regular people must really be suffering because even if I, a hermit, I'm feeling like it's a little long. At first it was okay, it was cool, but now like I feel like I want to go to the gym. Like I want to get my hair dyed professionally.
Yeah.
I want to go outside, just like walk around the
Because
mall.
your COVID cases are really bad.
Yeah, we're on curfew again because we had a curfew.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
then they just announced that it's like been elongated, like prolonged.
Yeah.
So
We had that. Like, what happened with us is that, like, we went into a really, really harsh lockdown pretty much instantly. And we were there for about 6 months. And you, like, you were not supposed to go out. It was really terrible for a lot of people. A lot of people, like, their mental health completely degraded. A lot of businesses closed and never recovered because they just lost everything. But we have come out the other side with like essentially nothing.
yeah, well that's good.
So it's because
like,
it's
yeah,
like
go ahead.
no, but like you couldn't just like, oh, we'll do a little bit and then a little bit and then a little bit. The way we did it was like, stop now, and we will not start again till it's gone. And that's like, I think that's because there's no other way to like actually contain it is to just, we had to stop everything.
Yeah, like
It was horrible. It was terrible, but like it's gone now.
Yeah, I think on our end we just waited a little too long to like take action, and the action was not like, well, obviously hindsight is 2020, right? Like nobody thought it was gonna be that bad, but like it waited too long. The action was not like strict enough, and we've been like lingering in and out of this semi-lockdown, semi-curfew. But it's like, but what you gonna do, right? Like, businesses are dying, people are losing jobs, like, and everybody's going crazy because everybody just has to stay home. Sucks.
Yeah. We do have a forced fem variant of COVID, but thankfully I avoided catching it.
A what?
Don't worry.
Okay. Yeah, because I live in Laval, which is close to Montreal, but I work in Montreal, which is like, because it's a big city, it was like a hot zone, because city, a lot of people. So I have, like, in the past year or so, I have been back to work like twice physically because of things I actually have to do physically at work.
Yeah.
I might have to go back next week as well, but like it's because it's like.
Yeah, Bear's saying like the problem where he is, you're in Italy, aren't you? Is that like it's being lifted and then placed on again, lifted and placed on again based on what's going on.
Yeah.
Whereas like with us, it was like just you had to stop it, and then like even toward when it started going down, it's like we staying like this till it's at nothing. Like literally, we were not allowed out of the lockdown until we had 0 cases for 2 weeks. That's the state we had to be in before they let us out. And like, it killed it, but like it was a really, really, really tough thing to go through for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Mm.
But the positive, okay, there's some positives in life, not in the pandemic, but just generally, is that
Sin here with the lighter side of the pandemic.
no positives in life for Richie and I, actually, because, well, first of all, we met. That's a positive. We have this cool little podcast with like everyone. That's like really cool.
Yeah.
Richie, look at your room. You cleaned your room and everything, and it's beautiful. You decorated and everything. Like that's really cool. Because I remember, and people might be like think I'm exaggerating. I saw your room before. It was not a pretty sight. I'm sorry. It was anxiety-inducing every time. But
it was all. It was. Hang on. I'll show you. The original layout. There were along here, where the cube storage is. There were 2, like, IKEA wardrobes that literally were from when I was a child. So they were children's wardrobes. And they were, like, half decayed. And all of the stuff that's in the shelf, all those are all DVDs and books. They were all in cardboard boxes that were on top of it. And they were, like, on the verge of falling over constantly. That was just the curtains. And they were, like, full of moths. The bed was, it had no bedclothes. It was just a pile of, like, quilts with no covers. And then a single sheet under that to, like, be in between me and the quilt covers. I had one pillow that was, like, brown from just being slept on so much. There's nothing on that wall. That was also a big pile of boxes that was perpetually on the verge of collapsing. That mirror there, like everything was stacked in front of it, like up to about the top of that where that alien head is. Yeah. Because like I did not want to deal with what things looked like, so I just covered up the mirrors. And the carpet was like, it was the carpet that was just part of the room, and it was so like, it was just full of stains and stuff. And this is like a shag rug that I got on eBay, and that's like a rug as well. And like there was like, I only had about half the floor space because just behind where the TV is was just like garbage that I'd never moved, and it was like the most depressing fucking pit. And I got out of it.
Yeah, and that's good. And one thing that's positive for me is that for like I was saving for a while to get like a little condo or a little house or something, and it did happen last year. And like it happened at the right time. It was like, oh my god, our budget was so low. I don't know, our real estate agent was like a friggin' miracle worker, because I don't even know how, because it's a very low budgets, because whatever. And we managed to get something, and we love it. It's really cozy, it's really good, and it has something we didn't want, because we're not it has a little pool. It came with a pool, and it's like, and we were like, maybe we'll just destroy it. I don't know, but it actually turned out to be cool. It's like, oh, it's cool to have a pool, and like my parents, well, again before the pandemic, but I hope like pandemic is over soon or something. I think I'm over, like, cause they can't go on vacation anymore, cause it's like, don't want to die. So they can, when it's summer and if everything's good, they can come over and they can use the pool and stuff. And it's just, you know, it's positive. Things are okay, and I still have a job, so I can pay the bills. It's positive. Like, it's, you know. So hopefully positive things are happening in everybody's lives, you know, even though it sucks. Everything sucks.
Jordan asked about the that is just another top I also got from Redbubble. I wore it a while ago. I think that's still up. That episode.
Gosh.
Yeah.
My mom just sent me a link, something about the Mandalorian.
This is an example of like there is no difference between the podcast and how we talk normally.
Oh no.
I found a Baby Yoda jigsaw puzzle in a store, and I just took a photo and sent it to Sin, and she just responds with like, "I hate jigsaw puzzles. What's the point of them? Is it a picture? Is it a toy? Why is it trying to be both? Just be one of them."
Security.
Why does it have the Windows 95 logo on it?
That's cool.
Because I literally searched Redbubble for Windows 95 logo, and this came up. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you for coming, Allison. Hope you feel better.
Thank you, Allison. Yeah.
Yeesh. I think we should, like, start to wrap it up. It's been over 4 hours. I'm getting hungry again. So.
I haven't eaten at all.
Did you do?
I haven't.
Yeah, but clearly, can you do 10 push-ups? Doing those 10 push-ups a week really sped up my metabolism. Also, it's not the same. It's night for you, so your body thinks you're sleeping.
It's not night anymore. It's 7 a.m.
I just woke up, so my body's like, "Where's the food, bitch?" You know. And also, I have to go and finish editing the podcast. I have 5 notes to add in there, and it's gonna be good. Gonna premiere it in a couple of hours. It's a good one.
It's with Loki, and I just sent Sin the 5 Richie Family Guy cutaways.
But
okay, so it's not quite. It's 6:56. So. Actually, if we hang around till 7, my lights will come on. Because you can't quite see, but I have a whole lot of I have some terrariums there, and to keep them living, my lamps are on a timer that goes on at 7 a.m.
Teach me how to be. We can talk about this. Teach me how to be motivated to work out. Okay, Tutu, do you have? Rich, you look scared. What happened? Did I scare you with my enthusiasm? You just went.
No, when you said teach me how to be motivated, I thought you were talking to me because I didn't realize you were looking at the chat. And I'm like, I don't think I can. I've not been motivated to do anything ever.
Working out. Tutu, is there a sport that you like? This is how I've been motivating myself. Since can't go anywhere and everything's closed. I basically googled boxing, shadow boxing, boxing lessons, whatever, videos on YouTube, and it's more sort of motivational to kind of follow along with someone because it's like makes me think of the good old days when you could work out with people. So if there's a sport that you can kind of do in your room that you like, and you can find a video of it on YouTube to sort of recreate the atmosphere of being in that sport. You know, so it's just and another thing. So that's one thing. Another thing is that maybe next time we could do a little workout. How about that? A little workout with weights?
Do you want my advice to Tutu?
But I'm not done with mine.
Okay.
And the second thing is sometimes you gotta work out, like do push-ups, sit-ups, weights, whatever. Is that again, I either have my own thing that I do or I have something on screen, but also at the same time I have a scary movie. Because it's like, it kind of, I find the time passes faster when you have like a double thing. And recently I've been rewatching Wishmaster.
That's what I was gonna suggest.
Go ahead.
If you find something you can do, like while you're doing another thing, and just combine them. So like, but Sin mentioned like I used to use my stationary bike a lot, and I don't anymore. But like when I did, it's just in the corner, so I just sit on there and just like watch TV while pedaling. So like that's something to do, and like something I've been doing a lot, and like I know Allison's been doing it as well, is just like going on long walks to keep your even though it's not like high impact, just to keep yourself active. And if you do that, like you can combine that with like going into town if you need anything, and like listening to stuff on an iPod, and then just like wander off and do your thing. And but because I am exactly half an hour from the mall, so I just make a point of going to the mall a lot on foot. Yeah. But yeah, like if you can afford like a stationary bike or just some sort of home thing, and just do that while you're doing something else.
Yeah, definitely.
You just zone out. Like I used to play a lot of SimCity while working out, and just see how far I could get, see what I could build before the workout ended.
Oh, somebody says go running at night with Scary Zombie. That's Samuel. Scary Zombie in your ears to create the atmosphere. You can't, because the curfew is 8 p.m. Gotta be home before 8 p.m. unless you want a ticket. But that's another thing, because I used to like go jogging in the evening. I don't know, just like I don't. But it's like no, can't. Unless you're like trying to do a speed run where it's like you gotta jog really fast in the last 10 minutes before the curfew.
I've started thinking like that because I've been timing how long it takes me to get to the mall.
Yeah.
And this is not like a joke I'm doing. It's like actually how my brain is functioning. When I can't cross the road because of the traffic, I'm like, oh, this run's been ruined by bad RNG. And I was making really good time.
That's cute.
So my light's on now. So my...
That's beautiful. Another
yeah,
thing,
they're like
Go ahead.
Oh no, so all my lights are Wi-Fi LED globes, so they just like come on like, and I set them with an app. But what happens is, like, you know how you sometimes like accidentally dial people on your phone when they're in your pocket? That sometimes happens with the app that controls my lights. And like once I was out and I came back, and I don't know how I did it, but it was blinking on and off like a rave. And Ingrid is just like freaky. I have no idea how long it was like that for.
Oh no. Yeah. So this is why I actually want to get like a big mirror somewhere here or there, so I can actually see my form when I work out. Because you don't know what you look like, and you could be like, oh no, this is injury inducing what you're doing now, gotta watch that form. You know?
You don't know what you look like. And you have to go, you're like, oh, perfection.
Like that X-Men meme. Perfection.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's wrap it up.
Is that a Chromatica print? I don't know what Chromatica is. That's just from someone's Redbubble store. Hang on, okay, that there. Actually, can I reach it from here without falling over? I can. This is also from Mal's Redbubble store.
Super cute.
Like I said, she does a lot of like
Cthulhu stuff.
sort of like Lovecraftian designs and Bloodborne art and stuff. So this is another one of hers. I have a bunch of bags by her that I use every day, and what I'm wearing now is this is also by her. This little like Shoggothi number is a Mal.
Richie, let's wrap it up.
Hang on, I'll just tell you this because we typed it at the start.
4 hours and 18 minutes. In 2 minutes, it's gonna be 4:20.
Whoop whoop.
Whoop whoop.
Do you want to stick around till then?
Yeah, like it's in a
Can
minute and 10
this
seconds.
this can be our new thing? that's like every video,
Has to be
every
420.
AMA has to be exactly 420.
Okay, well, we have 1 minute left. Richie, quickly, say something. Go.
That was our AMA number 11?
10. 9, 10. 10. Yeah, 10.
AMA number 10. Sin and Richie. And we answered all of the Bloodborne questions in the first 20 minutes, and the rest was not about that at all.
Yeah.
Well, Sin, if people liked hearing us not talk about Bloodborne, where can they find more information?
It's called Saturday Night Snack Covenant. Some of it is on YouTube, but a lot of it is on patreon.com/SinclairLore. And yeah. We're also here every weekend. So you can just come
This is something that we started as like...
Yeah.
We did one test, and then we just kept doing it.
Yeah. All right, everyone ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 for 20. Okay, bye everyone.
Bye.
See ya.